Hello there, Tohel. Hello, hello. Okay, so I guess the first hour of this stream is gonna be like, let's rebuild LLVM together. Because yeah, I only have Brew LLVM, but it's giving me trouble, I believe. Oh no, gigantic cache. Um, what? Okay, if I remember correctly, this was failing. Let's see. If it works, then we're happy. Um, Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe we could also try to update LVM. We'll see. But man, every single time a new LVM release comes out, new linking issues or compiling issues. I also need to make tea, but I want to kickstart the like long build processes before I go make tea. Okay, so far so good. Hello, proper bug. Hello, hello. Hello, Shinx. Have you practicing your Dutch? Oh God, I sincerely hope that is not needed. Because I haven't practiced my Dutch at all. I don't know anything about Dutch. Can't even pronounce almost any of their words, even. So, reference from expected in GW. Symbol not found. Wait a second. That LLD is old. Maybe we don't need to build LVM after all. I have a complaint about Zig. Okay. Spill the beans. What's your complaint? Building stages are not colored? I don't know. They're supposed to be. I don't know. Maybe I have an old CMake. I have no idea. Why can't I just get daytime normal way? Proper bug. So when you say normal way, what is normal way even supposed to mean. So when you ask for advice on the internet, you have to be precise. You can't just say normal way. Normal way means nothing. Um, my suggestion would be to write a piece of code that doesn't behave as you would expect and say, look, I wrote this. I expected it to work in a certain way and it doesn't. Can you explain why? Or if you can't do that, then you can say, look, here's a piece of code in this language that I know how to use, but I don't know how to write this thing in this other language. So what would be the automatic way of writing the same, general logic, but in this other language? And then once we have this, once we have, established what is that you're used to and how that differs from what you have to do with Zig, then at that point we can have a discussion about why you can or cannot do things the same way as this other language does. I came from Python, so I expect it to be simple, but it's too complicated. Mm-hmm. Well, it seems like we're doing fine. So you know what? I'm just gonna leave this here to cook, and go get myself some tea. Yep. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so tea is warming up. Well, water is warming up. Yeah, it seems we're good. So in the end, I guess either I don't know what changed, but either something got fixed in the meantime, or the last time the only issue that I had was that I also needed to update LLD, not only LVM. Weird that you can get those two things to have different versions, but whatever. So you know what? Then if we are optimistic about this, that one we don't need to do. Compile master branch, and here's what we can do before mlugg comes. Rebase fuzz branch on latest master. Okay, so here it seems that we're doing fine. Um, so check this out also. I got a tablet. So I can now write I don't know. It's still crappy, but it's better than what I can do with my mouse. So I can show graphs and stuff and like connect boxes. Still crappy, but better than before. So I have that. Then what else do they want to show? uh, uh, um. So let me think. Oh yeah. Also, if we can get this done fast enough, then maybe we can also do some Zig.news stuff. So I wrote earlier in Discord that I closed Zig.news. You cannot post on Zig.news anymore. And we need to start organizing how to how to move forward. I want to change Zig.news to go from what it is now to something more like this. Something like this, where, so for example, this database.news, it's a it basically collects RSS feeds about databases, and so interesting that it doesn't tell you which RSS feeds it collects. It exports another RSS feed. There's submit a feed. Oh, here's, you can see this. Okay, so this is where the feeds are. How do they process these though? Now I'm kind of curious. What's their workflow? Oh, they don't have, the website is not in this repo. Is it public? Doesn't seem like that. Doesn't seem it is. Okay. How hard is it to build LLVM with the Zig build system and integrate it that way with Zig? I believe nobody has packaged LLVM for Zig, for Zig build yet. So the answer is right now you can't unless you're willing to put in that work. And I would argue same people probably don't want to put in the work necessary to required to make that happen. But also in terms of advantages, there's not much for you to gain by doing that. Oh, okay. So Zig version. So this is my normal Zig. Zig 1 version. I believe this is what we just built. Yeah, this is stage 3, and then we have Zig 2 as well, which is stage 4. So now we go up and we do Zig build. Now we do Zig 1 build no lib p stage 4 enable LVM prominent compile errors. Okay, so that makes a debug build of the Zig compiler, and I guess with that we can then start trying to rebase the branch. I honestly doubt that a library tries to fetch the date time from the internet as part of the Zig build process. I mean, I'm not saying that it's completely impossible. It's just like, I don't know, that seems unlikely. What I believe it's more likely is that is that I believe that here, like the summary tells you that it's checking the dependencies, but it's not really re-downloading them if you already have them. So what I think it's happening here is that probably it's just showing that line and proper bug is just assuming that it's downloading when it actually is not. That would be my first guess. The second guess would be that it's a bug. I would say the library trying to get date from time from the internet is a very far third option, if I had to guess. Hello, Cybercyclonic. Stage 4, when it was added. It's a shitty name. The real Bootstrap stages are only 3. Once you reach stage 3, you're pretty much done. Building stage 3 with a stage 3 compiler should still yield a stage 3 compiler, so it should be the same. I honestly don't know if they are byte by byte the same right now. I probably are, but I'm not 100% sure. But they are, how can I say, like functionally the same. Going from Zig 1 to stage 2, huge difference. Going from stage 2 to stage 3, huge difference. Stage 3 to stage 4 means that you're back to stage 3 again. What I call stage 4 myself is a debug build of the stage 3 is like the final complete Zig compiler. So it's a debug build of the complete compiler, which is the one that I iterate on. So the idea is I'm setting up so that I can develop the Zig compiler itself. And to do that, you kind of want to have a release build of the compiler that you keep, let's say, mostly stable, in that is going to be able to build the compiler itself faster. That's why you want a release build. But then you want to have a debug build, which is what you keep building every single time that you make a change. And that one you want to be a debug build because, well, for a variety of reasons, it's faster to build. It has extra checks. So if you added, something stupid, then it will get caught. It's more likely to get caught. And yeah, and that, I guess those are the two main reasons. So yeah, so that's the setup. So stage 4 pretty much means nothing. You also did that when working on Yacht. Nice. Are you still working on it, or did you work on it for a while and then decided that you didn't want to do that anymore? I believe that it's still alive, right? People in the Serenity community are working on it. It's just not being used by Andreas anymore, I believe. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do then. Okay, so we completed the first step. So this was a success. Nice. Next step is, well, actually, next step is gonna be that I need to get some sugar for my tea. I do put in a little bit of sugar, and then we start working on the rebase. Let's go. Okay, so rebase, right? So git switch fuzz macOS, git rebase master. We got conflicts. We got a conflict in fuzzer, and we got a conflict in LVM. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, head has... I believe this is our head because we have our own stuff. And then they have... Wait a second. No, head is them. This is me. Okay, let's start with the first one. PC counters start. So on Linux, they had a normal prefix name, while on macOS we had 01 section start. Okay, so this means that somebody implemented the feature that I implemented here. So they literally implemented the same thing, just did it in a different way. Yeah, it's start on Linux and it's the weird stuff on macOS, and that's the start symbol prefix. They use section. Did we also use section everywhere? Yeah. Okay, so it seems that what they did is fine. Why that prefix? Because that prefix has a special meaning for LVM. You should check it out. That like grep for this value somewhere in the LVM page, and you will see that it implies special behavior. Honestly, you know what? At this point, now that I think about it, wait a second. Now that I think about it, if they did this already, let's take a look at the LVM file. If they fix all this stuff already, then yeah, they did all the work. They 100% did all the work. Yep. Okay, so you know what? That means that this branch basically is useless. Needs merge git status. Oh my god. Can I reset everything? Yeah. Now I have all the garbage. There we go. Okay, so in the end, we don't even need to rebase because somebody did this work already. So wait, did they also do the rest? Now that I think about it. So I guess the next question would be, okay, from this branch, then what's the state of things? Is LLVM the reason why Zig's build time is slow? It certainly is a big factor, yes. Whenever you see LLVM emit object, well, that every time you see that text, that line, you're waiting for LLVM to compile stuff. And you see that a bunch of times. We're actually moving away from that. So this is fuzz new. I guess I was testing stuff out in here. No, this is not what I want, I think. I don't remember where I had my like fuzzing example, because we looked at fuzzing in like multiple times. I think this might be it. Yeah, this is it. This is when we were trying to find the password. Iron cast, pan, banana, pear, apple, pizza. I see LVM emit object even when LVM is disabled in build.zig. Then it means that, well, there are two options. One is that, yeah, you're looking at the build script itself being compiled, and that one you can disable it for now. Once the custom backends will be complete enough, they will be turned off. They will be turned on automatically for building the build.zig, and so you will not see that anymore when building the build.zig. But then, if you do disable LVM for building an executable, you should not be seeing LVM emit object at that point. So yeah, be aware that the build script itself needs to be built, and if you still see it elsewhere, it means that some settings need to be changed. Also, hello, Rocket Rager. So how did this stuff work? Wait, what's banana? 3 text files that contain lol.txt. There's another one here. Yum banana in zig out. What? What? What is going on? So test one. So this one should be fine. I don't remember what all these banana directories do. Let's remove them. Music cache. Zig1 build test fuzz. Oh shit, this is old. This is old. Are we still good? So we got linking failures. The linking failures should not be there. So these are sus. Oh no, what am I saying? I'm stupid. It does get presented as an error, but this is just because I asked for verbose linking information. So the print just show up as an error, but it's not an error. Okay, so we are correctly, we're like failing successfully. We're basically where I left off the last time, where basically the web server needs to load macOS stuff, but there's only alpha support. We don't have macOS support anywhere. Is it true that you have to learn C first before learning Zig? I just started with Lua and have no experience with languages that don't have garbage collection. Hello, Mark1. I'll go with Mark1. Is it true that you have to learn C before learning Zig? No, this is absolutely categorically false. Not only is it false, the statement that you have to, but I would also recommend against doing that. You can do it, of course, but I would recommend against, because so to be able to use Zig correctly, you need to know how your computer works. You have to know what a syscall is. You have to know, how a program relates to the operative system. But people in the past used to say, well, that's basically what learning C means, but it's not true. When you learn C, you also learn this stuff, but you also learn a ton of C-specific mambo jumbo, and all the C-specific stuff is absolutely not necessary to be able to use Zig, to be able to make good software, to be able to be productive. It might occasionally be useful to know when you start interoperating with C libraries. You start using C libraries, but no, you do not need to learn C first. Also, the fact that you say, "Is it true that you have to?" makes me think that you read that opinion somewhere, and I would strongly advise against it. In fact, if your goal is to eventually also learn C because you want to be able to use C libraries, it is significantly easier and faster to first learn Zig. Then, as you're learning Zig, you're learning things like, what's the stack, what's the heap, what's a syscall. You learn, let's say, lower level programming concepts. And then after you do this, after that, then once you venture into C, you will be able to make sense of C much, much, much easier. It's going to be significantly easier. Going the other way around is absolutely the worst choice between the two. That is my recommendation. So don't bother learning what a C macro is. Don't bother learning the C compilation model. Don't bother learning C. Learn Zig. As you're doing Zig, you will have to face programming concepts that are more universal than just being C specific, like a stack and a heap. Those are not C concepts. A syscall is not a C concept. If you do C, you have to face these things, but they are not part of C at all. And then after, as you learn these things as you go with Zig, then once it's time to interoperate with a C library, which requires you to expose C ABI compatible types and functions, etc. Then at that point, you can start learning some C as you need it, and it's going to be significantly better for you. Okay. So we're waiting for mlugg. We didn't need to rebase in the end because the one good commit that I made, somebody had already, they either re-implemented it or they I don't know what they did. In any case, either way, the good stuff reached master branch, and that's good. So yep, I got my sample going. So we're waiting for mlugg. While we wait for mlugg, let's do some Zig news stuff. Define what does it mean to know C though? I don't know. Well, from a practical perspective, you could say that learning C means that you are comfortable downloading an existing C project, building it, running tests for it, changing it, making a PR, and then starting your own library written in C and your own executable program written in C. And you're able to build and test that program for all the major platforms and have other C libraries as dependencies and use them. And right, that's like a fairly, non-controversial way of thinking, of expressing what it means to know C. But even then, the reality is that to be able to do that, you need to know make, CMake, autoconf, uh, C macros. Uh, you probably will have to deal with Git submodules. Like there's so much crap in the mix. I don't know. I find it horribly inefficient. Okay, let's go to Zig News. And let's explain to people what am I doing. Oh, hey, my mlugg. Hello, hello. So how are you? Are you ready? Do you need some time? So I want to write this short post that I'm writing now. I'm gonna need 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm ready to start pretty much whenever you want. So let me know what your timeline is. Okay, cool, perfect. let's see. I did write last year a pretty big program to convert between different binary data types for my friend's company. I started in C because they wanted it, but in the middle of the work, I switched to CPP because I have to write one. If I have to write one more goddamn vector hash map set by hand in C, I would literally end my engineering career. And they did not want to use any external libraries and had to build for Windows and Linux. So yes, the C++ ecosystem is, in my humble opinion, in need of serious change. Good, there are languages like Zig that show an example. Wow. Okay, so have a personal blog. See you later, the Teufel. That is correct, Andrew. Zine is not watching changes in Zine.ziggy. There are two reasons for this. One is that the macOS API allows me to listen to directories, not individual files, so it was a bit awkward. And the second is that to be able to listen to changes to that file, I would need to implement more watching code because, you change that file means that we need to unsubscribe. Potentially, we would need to unsubscribe from other directories. Maybe you swapped out the content directory, right? For example, and we would need to then start listening to a different directory, which can totally be done, obviously. But I didn't want to do any of that work in the first pass. So yes, changing the contents of Zine.zig requires you to reboot Zine. I could see that being an improvement for the future, for sure. But for now, it is what it is. What should we git ignore? Public. If you run zine release, which technically you don't have a reason to run normally, unless you experience bugs with the live server, public is the default directory where output files go. That should be ignored if you create it, but otherwise nothing. In the future, I might create a hidden zine cache directory, but for now we don't have anything. You know what? Maybe I should do it this way, actually. Equal to code. Yeah, I agree. That's why I don't want to do this first pass. I honestly think that the only solution that makes sense is to basically implement something along the lines of lobsters or Hacker News. I don't see any other way around it. The problem is that to do that well, you can't just implement, the happy path, but you also kind of have to implement um, moderation views, all the others like secondary tools. Secondary. They're not secondary. That's the problem. All the other like management tools, and so that's why I don't want to rush it. I think it's a good idea to start with something, and then personally, what I believe is the most important thing, more than even comments, would be having an algorithm that basically allows you to see like a curated version of the page with upvotes and downvotes. Mostly upvotes. I don't know if downvotes are even all that interesting. Yeah, he's mlugg. You didn't know? He's mlugg. Unexpected end of JSON input. What? What the fuck does that even mean? Let me copy this text because I don't trust it. Copy. What is going on? Preview. I can't even preview it. What? Web mentions. Oh no. No. So if you want to enable discussion, you have to manage that locally. You need a centralized way of managing these things. That, like, there's just no way around it. Literally no way around it. Okay, so this is bad. This is bad. Okay, so out of curiosity, what if I were to delete everything? Is it because you know what I did? In the admin page, content manager, I prevented everybody from posting. And I think this is also affecting me in a weird way. Yeah, you see, now I can post. I thought that this wasn't can I pin? No, I do not want to pin it to profile. Um There's a way of pinning this. Why can't I? Is it admin? Featured? Pin post. Okay. Hey, Befriendle. Hello, good afternoon. There we go. Okay. Yeah, good point. Let's redisable the stuff. Yeah, I'm making it blazingly fast in Python, of course. Okay, let's get set up with mlugg. Okay, let me see. Links. Here, here, here. Do. Oh shit. Hello, Matt. Yes, I can hear you now. Stream cannot hear you yet. Give me a sec. There you go. You're now live.
Cool, cool. Hey everyone. By the way, Loris, you know I can't see anything, right? On the
Yep.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
Okay, just checking. Yeah. Wow, it's me. Don't mind the unmade bed behind me. I did not realize it was in frame until I joined this, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. Aha, the stream.
Okay, can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, we should be good now.
Cool.
So for people who have just joined, also for Bifrado, since he was asking, what are we doing with Zig.news? The idea is we rewrite it as an RSS link aggregator. Technically wise, my plan currently is this: turn the website into basically a static website. So we build it with Zine, and then we have a GitHub CI job that runs every hour, where the job will fetch all RSS feeds. It will probably need to have some kind of persistence, where the persistence is used as a cache in case that both as a cache for performance, although not really that important, but mostly so that if a given RSS feed is offline and we have an error trying to update it, we can still show the cached stuff. We don't completely forget about it. I think that's how it should be done. And that means that we can do a complete Zig implementation, I think. Yeah, that's the idea. Bed making stream? No, we are not going to make any bed on stream. Not today. Okay, so I'll tell you what I did before you arrived, Matt. So
Yep.
I had an older version of Zig because I hadn't updated yet I had an older version of LLVM. I hadn't updated to LLVM 20 yet.
Right,
even.
yeah, okay.
So I got that going. Then I was planning to rebase the fuzzing branch because I had one good commit in there that fixed the linker stuff. And I wanted to rebase on master. And turns out that somebody implemented that part already in master. So
nice.
Yeah, it's literally the same fixes. So long story short, basically, we don't even need to rebase that branch or anything. We can just start from master.
Okay, nice.
And then what else? I don't know. Let me think. Oh yeah. Well, so long story short, the current state, the current situation, is that basically we run correctly. We successfully run up until it's time to start the web server, and then the web server wants to load debug info. And that fails brutally because it hardcore assumes that we're loading an elf file.
Yeah, I mean, what other kinds of binary are there? The answer is none.
If only, huh? If only. So this is basically pretty much where I got stuck the other time. In my branch, I think I have a commit with some I don't know, messing around to try and get this stuff working, but none of it was particularly good. And most importantly, the approach that I was having was that I was trying to chase all the all the object files with debug info as they were defined in some symbols in the final executable, instead of trying to find the dsim file, which in theory should contain, well, actually it's a directory, right? So the dsim directory.
Well, there is only one file inside it that we care about, but it's inside a directory structure. Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah.
What I might suggest as a starting point, because it's debug info we're interested in, is look at how the standard library loads its own debug info for stack trace and stuff. Because I imagine it's going to be doing the right thing.
I think I have an answer. The answer is no, that's not exactly it, because I was looking into this, but because what you're talking about is loading like self debug info, right? Debug info about the running executable.
Yeah. Is that not loaded off disk?
In our case, we don't want to do this because we are the test runner.
Yeah. I'm not saying exactly replicate
Okay.
it, but I assumed it would be reading it off disk, so it would be an indication of the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's in the ballpark, but I remember looking into it and could not make use of it because too many assumptions that didn't work. So let's start maybe from where the crash happens, I guess. So it's fuzz web server 679. Okay, so we're trying to get a pointer, and that's what fails. Attempt to use null value. Okay. Fail to load debug information for. Okay, so the error. Okay, so the error happens in line 606.
And we're looking at. Sorry, I was quickly looking at something else. Are we looking in lib/fuzzer?
Yeah, web server. So fuzz/web server.zip,
Okay.
line 606. That's what fails.
One moment. Wait, sorry, which file exactly is this?
Std build fuzz web server.
It's in the standard library. My bad.
Yes.
Okay, yes. And 606, you said. Yes, okay, cool.
Yep.
So
And basically we enter the catch and we print the step something, fail to load debug information for something.
okay. Sure.
Yeah.
So how does standard debug info work? Yeah, so standard.debug.info seems to be kind of just hard coded to assuming elf.
Yep.
Which is weird because the dot comment at the top of the file says it's a cross-platform abstraction.
Well, yeah, it supports like all the Linux distros, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's interesting. What am I doing?
Yeah. So, what's a coverage? Directories, files, string bytes, mutex.
So let me take a look at how this dsim thing works.
So self-info is actually multi-platform for real.
Yeah. I was looking at that a second ago. It looks like it's loading it using a different strategy, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So from what I'm seeing, I'm pretty sure the standard library just does not currently have the logic necessary to load debug info from a macho file.
Yeah, I think it has some of it basically welded into self info,
That makes sense.
but it doesn't have all of it. Man, it's been too long. I forgot so much stuff. But yeah. So if we look at where the debug info is used in this function, where is it used? Yeah, so debug info only gets basically one function called on it, resolve addresses.
Sure.
So the thing is, in our case, what we need is something fairly specific, right? We have a bunch of addresses that correspond to source locations, and we basically just want to, populate basically uh, an array with this information. So I guess we have an array of program counters, and we have an array or source locations, PC, program counter, SL source location, I'm guessing. And we need to fill out basically the second thing. So if we can make this work, then we're how can I say, we're done basically.
Yeah. I think, to be honest, it's probably going to be pretty much exactly as hard to make that work as it will to just completely load the dwarf info. But I might be wrong.
Well, I guess the question would be, I guess the starting point would be finding the dsim file directory.
Mm-hmm.
Then you said that there's only one file in there that we care about.
There's only one file in that period.
Are you sure? Is that always the case?
I'm not sure if it's always the case. I know that's what we generate. One moment.
Even in the case of like linking, like when you have libraries
unless
and stuff.
I horribly misread this code. Yeah, it looks like we have essentially exactly one thing, which is so if your binary is called foo, then there's a directory called foo.dsim, which contains a directory contents, which contains directory resources, which contains a directory dwarf, which contains a file foo.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's really good and cool. But certainly our linker, that seems to be the only, that's the only file we create there.
Where does this stuff go?
Great question. So, like, because in theory, like the way at least the self-hosted backend seems to, because that's the reference I'm using right now, is that it should just be emitted as, as a sibling of the actual, like, emitted file. It's
Yeah, it
sim.
should. Good point.
Sim is capitalized when you're graphing, by the way. So it's lowercase d, capital SYM.
Okay, that should not make a difference though, does it?
I mean, grep's going to be case sensitive by default.
Oh, is it? I didn't know.
It's regex.
So you're saying that if I run zig build, I should get this stuff in zig out? I don't really.
I think you'll get it in the cache, certainly. If LVM's doing the same thing, which I don't know. The problem is you're gonna.
Not really.
Okay, interesting. So clearly LVM is emitting debug info differently. Maybe it can be embedded, and the dsim is just an alternative way of doing it.
No. So I read about this. No, if you don't make a dsym, then you have to chase the object files. There's object files in places, but the executable contains a section that tells you where the object file is, and that object file contains only um, debug info. Actually, I don't know if it contains only debug info, but it will contain debug info.
Okay.
And if you have like you link 3 compilation units, like let's say that you have 3 C files, right, that you're building, and you build them, you compile them separately, and then you link them, then that will have like your debug info will not be glued together. It will be stored separately.
That's a terrible system. Wow.
Yeah. I know how to do some of this stuff. I forgot though. Let me see. How do I there's one of the LVM executable inspection tools that allows you to see what I'm talking about.
Give me 1 second, sorry, 'cause I'm just reading a answer on an old Stack Overflow thing, which I think partially explains what you were just saying in a bit more detail. So just give me a second.
Yeah.
So I think the thing you were thinking of may have been dsym-util. That seems to be a thing that LLVM has.
Could be. No, I think I'm thinking of something more low level, which is looking at the right place with object dump.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember where this information is stored, but somewhere in your executable it tells you where it should be. Ah, man, don't tell me that I never committed this stuff. I don't believe it. Oh, there we go. This is the stuff that I was changing. Can I see exactly what we're looking at? O file path. Where does O file path come from? Symbol.o file. I don't. Is there an O file symbol? I guess I want LVM NM. There's nothing called O file. I think it's it has another name. Simple.o file. O file info. Oh man, I forget how this stuff works. Um, ofile.go. Okay, somewhere in the executable, there's a symbol that contains a string, and that string is the name where you can find some debug info. And the problem is that the name doesn't. It also has like it's not just the name, but it's like name and then space open parentheses something something. It's like it's super bad. Hmm. So how was I doing it in my commit? Get a file info for address. Self strings symbol dot o file. Oh no, this is just macro file. Mm. God damn it. So close and so far. Get O file info for address. Macro search symbols. No, I'm sorry. I'm unfortunately really lost. So here's what I remember, Matt. I don't remember anything past that. In somewhere there in the stupid macro file, there's information about where the um, the object file that contains the debug info is. That is the only thing that I remember, and I remember being able to access it. I have a commit where I could access it, maybe not in the right way, but I was able to get some access to it. But then I don't remember anything past that. I don't know if you're seeing my screen share, but like this is this is a commit that I have in that branch, and basically I was hijacking debug self info.
Sure, yeah.
Basically there's a function called get o file info for address. I was probably not doing the right thing and like entirely, but I was correctly able to parse where this freaking file is. It's a .a.o file. In our case, it's a .a.o file because we build, I believe, I believe we build the user tests as a static library.
Okay. Wait, we build the user test as a static library? What?
Yeah, I think actually, let me double check. Let me think about it for a moment more. So we definitely build the fuzzer as a library.
Okay, I can maybe believe that.
As a static library. And I believe we might be building. You think we do not build tests as a static library for
I
fuzzing?
don't I don't see how or why we would build tests as a static library.
You need to build user tests separately from the fuzzer necessarily, because
Yeah.
you want them to be, one is an
Because the
instrumented
fuzzer's
build.
sub-process. Oh, for God's sake, my headphones just decided to disconnect. I was
Huh.
hoping this would not happen. Sorry, I am having technical difficulties in that my USB to 3.5mm thing has decided to play up specifically today. It was working fine yesterday.
Oh no. USB 3
just saying
moment.
unable to. Okay. Unplug. And I can't see the side of my laptop to replug. Replug. It's really not happy about this. But like, definitely should be fine. Okay. Why is... Sorry about this. Something is really angry at me. DMS just telling me that maybe the USB cable is bad, but it was fine less than 24 hours ago and have not changed it.
Can you hear me? I think he cannot hear me, right? Yeah, because that's what's busted.
Maybe I can try.
Okay. So while he's working on
really
that,
stupid idea. What if I...
Oh, EH frame.
No, that's... Don't understand. Okay. Who needs power? Power in a laptop is overrated. Let's replace the power input with this, so I can figure out at least what thing is broken.
Okay, I think that our starting point is to make sure that we know for sure how.
Okay, I might have
works.
audio out now.
Can you hear me?
Still can't hear you, but I can probably fix that. Where are we? Shadows, exhaust, Well, now we're in an interesting situation where it claims that the output device exists and the browser is just deciding not to play it. Wait, let me go to the settings here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to tell him.
Yes, allow.
Test.
Okay, I'm going to refresh this page, Loris. Is that going to break anything? Okay, cool.
I mean, yes, it's going to break stuff, but it's fine, I guess.
Okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Welcome back.
To fix it, unplugged my laptop from power, but that's a problem I can deal with later when it runs out of battery.
Because you had to change the USB port?
Yeah. I think one of the USB, it's a framework laptop. I think one of the USB expansion ports might be a bit dodgy. The one that I had the headphones in.
That's what you get for using a framework for your laptop. And I don't mean the brand. I just mean the concept. Like,
oh yeah,
why can't you do laptops without frameworks?
Yeah. No, it's my laptop's actually based on all of the JavaScript frameworks
right.
that were created.
You're using laptop.js.
Yeah.
Which depends on USB-C.js.
Yeah.
Which depends on LeftPad for some reason.
Oh, of course.
So...
Okay. Now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Okay, so here's what I suggest we do. Let's start by making sure we understand precisely how fuzzing builds.
Okay.
I think we need to understand that for real. And then from there, we can move on to other stuff. So
Let's definitely do that, yeah, because I had no idea there was any static library involved. I thought it was two
Yeah.
executables.
No,
Um,
this is 100% happening with some degree of static librarying happening. We can do, you know what? We can do the empirical route where we just look at what's happening. I think we can just do verbose, right? And then, you know what? Verbose and verbose link. Why not?
Go crazy.
But first we clear the cache. Okay, let's look at everything that happens.
Okay.
Okay, libcompiler RT, so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
More libcompiler RT. Wait a second. I think we're missing some stuff. Wait a second. Oh, wait. No. Wait, I'm dumb. Okay,
I was
so
going to say we're linking in compiler
yeah,
RT
okay,
there.
we're not building. We're just linking. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is
Yep.
build.o
So
with
this is
RT.
yep. So this is making the build script.
Yeah. Then we run zig test, and zig test triggers a new build.
What do you mean triggers a new build? What are you trying to say?
That zig test talks with the build runner, and the build runner triggers more compilation.
No,
It does.
zig test.
100%.
Zig test there is the command that the build runner is spinning off to build the test binary. Somewhere in there should be.
Yeah, I think you're right. Wait.
Oh wait, there won't be a test no execs. It's going through cache, but that's just it building the test binary.
Yeah,
it doesn't even
you're
know
right.
that
This
there
builds
are
the test library,
tests, yeah.
right? Then here we link test.o with
with compiler RT and everything.
With compiler
and you're
RT.
going to end up getting a test binary, which is what I expect.
Then we run test.
So we run it without fuzz initially, because the point is we're going to run it and we're going to
running
learn about...
the test then triggers a new build. Triggers, yeah, running the test triggers building the fuzzer stuff.
What do you mean by triggers in this?
Talks to the build runner.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the corresponding.
Yes, I believe that the code looks like run all the tests and then collect if any of the tests was a fuzz test. And if any of them was a fuzz test, communicate with the build system and have the build system do the fuzzing stuff. But you can see right here also in the order in which things happen that after the test runs, now we start doing more stuff.
Yeah, so what are we actually building here? Entry main, we're emitting test.
We end up calling zig test with fuzz.
Yep, that makes sense.
So this builds something.
Yeah, so let's take a closer look.
And then look, we have test.o. So our test is an object file. The fuzzer is a static library. And then we have compiler RT.
The fuzzer is a static library.
Yeah, libfuzzer.a.
Okay. But what's that actually linked into? What we're using it for?
We're linking a test executable with fuzzing enabled.
Okay, do I see? Maybe I see.
I think you see here, right?
Okay, yes, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, output is this guy, and then afterwards we run it. If you're watching my screen.
Yeah, I am. I'm just comparing that to compiler and standard library code quickly. So fuzz run, fuzz node, fuzz worker run. I'm just jumping through the implementation in standard.build. Rerun in fuzz mode, which is in step/run.
If you want to try screen sharing, I can also look at your screen if you want.
We can potentially try that. I'm currently just jumping through files in a
not
very understandable way.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Take your time. Take a look at this stuff. I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break, and then we can continue.
Yeah, that works. So we eval zig test with our fuzz context. Aha, okay. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. So you build, it's more or less what Laura said. You build the fuzzer as a static library, which gets linked into the test binary when it's built with ffuzz. And so you end up with a test binary, which communicates with the build runner binary as normal. But essentially the difference is it's configured to just stay alive and keep fuzzing and reporting results up to the build runner in the same way that a normal test would, but does it indefinitely. Okay. This makes sense. And it actually seems like we basically spawn. Do we actually spawn a separate process for every fuzz test? This isn't particularly important, it's just interesting.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Hello. I think I more or less understand how this works at this point. There was one last thing I'm just double checking.
You were mentioning multiple processes?
Yeah, it's not really relevant here. It's just something which I find kind of interesting. It seems like oh well, let me not spout bullshit until I confirm that I'm correct.
If you're talking about the fact that every fuzz test is a separate process, is that it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because those things
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just double checking that is how it works. And yes, I've just confirmed that it is. Cool. Okay. I'm now up to speed on how this works.
Okay, so this means that involved in this mess are libfuzzer.a, libcompilerrt.a, test.o. And the main thing that we care about is test.o. So
yeah, I think test.o is essentially the relevant object. It's the only thing we're actually going to care about the debug info of.
Yeah, although I think there was there are some details where I'm a bit fuzzy, but no.
Fuzzy.
No, there are some details that relate to, for example, overlapping things, like um, I remember having to put in a few places some built-ins to disable instrumentation, because those were like adding instrumentation in places where you didn't want the instrumentation to be. And also there was some nuance related to, for example, standard library becoming kind of duplicated, because there's like an instrumented version and a non-instrumented version,
Yep.
some of it that exists in the final executable.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I don't remember more details.
Well,
Past
yeah,
that.
any bits of the standard library that are referenced by the like libfuzzer or by compiler RT are going to be duplicated. That's kind of just the nature of having them in separate objects. But the point is, they should have instrumentation disabled. Essentially, we shouldn't really care about them.
Okay, so somewhere, so the idea, I guess, is we have the test executable, and we want to get debug info for this test executable with fuzzing enabled, which I believe I did right, is the 72 BC. Yes. So this is the guy that we care about. I don't remember where is this information. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do the forbidden thing. I think I'm gonna ask AI at this point.
Well, I was just about to tell you
Oh.
probably how to find that. I mean, firstly, a way you can dump it is by doing dsimutil dash dash dump dash debug dash map followed by the path of the binary. My understanding is this will give us not like the name of the section, but all of.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it gives
So this is
us
a
symbol,
LVM.
object address, binary address, size. Okay, there's a ton of crap in here.
Was this the right thing? Does this contain the paths? You're scrolling. There are a couple of lines that are yeah, there you go. Okay, so you have file name. So I assume that's the thing you were talking about, where you've got the thing in parentheses at the end.
Let's see. Well, I think this is a little bit more high level, because I think this is also chasing references to other files for us, and
Yeah, it seems it.
that's, I think, some of what we will have to implement ourselves.
Well, yeah, because what dsimutil actually does is it's a debug info linker. So the idea is you can use this, you can use it to generate a dsim, and if you do it with no options, I think that's what it will actually do.
I see, that makes sense. So okay. So that's what people do normally. I get it.
So if you were to, I mean, we could actually double check that. If you run dsimutil on the binary with no flags, then we should, in theory, get a bundle generated. I don't entirely know if it'll be in the current working directory, or if it'll be a, I'm guessing it'll be a sibling of test.
Could be. Oh yeah, it was getting auto completed for me. Yes, we have test.dsim now.
Okay, so then you have contents, and I'm guessing under there, yeah, you have resources, and then there should be one file in here. Oh, sorry, there's another one dwarf, yeah. Then one file in there.
Yo, we have a YAML file. Let's go.
Well, isn't YAML your favorite format?
Shit, that's what we were looking at. We were looking at YAML, were we not?
Yeah,
of course. It was YAML all along. Wait, triple dash? Is that a front matter? dot? What? What is going on here?
I don't know. I didn't make this file format. I'm just suggesting an LVM utility.
Jesus. What does dot do in triple dot? Is that a thing? Oh my god, it is a YAML thing. The fuck?
Wait, what does that do?
The end of the document.
The end. What?
Oh, I think I get it. So I guess that this YAML file, I think that this YAML file probably contains, no, I was about to say maybe contains multiple files, but in this case it only contains one. So I don't know. I guess maybe you can put in a bundle debug info for I have multiple executables. I have no idea. In any case. So yeah, so we generated the dsim file directory. Delightful.
Cool.
But we still don't know where this information lies. So let's go to Gemini.
God.
I need to load debug info for a macro executable. Where in the exe is where in the file can I find of debug info? I don't know. Come on, give it to me. It's gonna tell me to use dsim. It's gonna tell me to use the tool 100%. The primary mechanism involve load commands within the macro header. Yes. lcuuid. This is the most crucial command for linking an executable to its external information, typically stored in a dsim bundle. So there's a UID, which you should probably check to make sure that what you're trying to check against matches, I'm guessing. Load commands, okay. Location finding, you would look for an LC segment or LC segment 64, command defining a segment commonly named dwarf. There we go. And so inside dwarf, there's a section defining various dwarf sections like debug info, debug abrev, debug line, debug string. These section structures contain the offset and size fields telling you exactly where the piece of information is located within the macro file itself. And find these structures. Okay, so I recall some of these. So the idea is that macro files at the top level are divided into a list of commands.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like sections in a sense. They're like blocks of things, but they have different semantic meaning. So like just like I don't know, like BSS contains zeroed stuff, right? And it gets treated in a special way. I believe that commands in macro are basically doing the same concept, just in a more explicit way, where every command tells you what you're supposed to do at that point. So for embedded debug info, look for LC segment 64 load commands defining the dwarf segment. So I guess this is what we want, I think.
For embedded debug info, look for load commands to name the dwarf segment. The section definitions will give you specific file offsets. I'm not, because embedded debug info isn't what we have, is it?
I believe so. It's just not in the self executable, it's in another executable.
Oh, right, it's embedded in, okay.
It's embedded in test, basically. So let's see what happens if I run this. Node commands doesn't exist. What?
Did Gemini give you a command that doesn't exist or something?
Can you imagine getting betrayed this way? Also, does dash macro exists? Okay, probably not necessary.
Yeah, seems redundant probably, but
so no, there's no information about commands. But But I guess we can do section headers. We can do section equals. Operate on the specified sections only with dash dash macro dump segment comma section. I think that's what I want. Test. Test.o. Neither of them yeah.
Well, because if Gemini is correct, then dwarf is not a section; it's a segment. So you need to specify the section as well.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't know what the section is gonna be of these ones.
Yeah.
Let's see. Text, const, literal, Sankov. I know that this is what guys are not gonna be it. There's some debug stuff.
Yeah, those are kind
Those
of the relevant things. Those are the sections that dwarf defines.
They look promising, don't they?
Yeah. They are dwarf information.
Okay, so there's also EH frame. I don't remember what EH frame does.
Not relevant to us here, if I remember correctly.
It's just I don't remember what it does. It's just a name.
It is. Oh, it's to do with exception handler things.
Oh, okay.
Stack unwinding, I believe.
Okay. And then there's also debug line. So debug line, for some reason, it's at the end, but it's basically one of these guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the ones there that start debug are defined by dwarf. And all the ones that start with Apple are, I'm guessing, like Objective-C extensions from what they're called.
Okay, that seems good. So that doesn't seem too bad. So the idea is you open the file, and then the problem is that you need to have a macro parser, which we do have. Right, because when you're loading self-info, that's basically what you're doing.
Yeah, so maybe let's have a little bit of a look at how self-info works, I might suggest.
Yeah. So self-info has open.
Which is just doing selfinfo.init.
Yep. And then, okay, creates
and
an instance.
On non-Windows, that's essentially a no-op.
Yeah, creates an instance of itself, does nothing else. Then we have, and then we have get these, get that. And so trying to get stuff causes things to happen, I believe. Yeah. Scrolling a little more just to see what else is there. But I think that's mostly it at its core.
Mm-hmm. So let's, for instance, look at lookup module dild, because that's one of the Darwin targets for just like the first
lookup module dild.
Yeah. So what's this doing?
Image count, dild image count. It's trying to get this from the C standard library. I don't know what image count is. Load command iterator. This does seem promising though.
Yes, it looks like we're just below iterating the commands and looking for segment 64. Yeah. We're looking for the text segment specifically. And
why are we looking for that?
I'm not sure. This might be
unwind info EH frame.
Yeah, this is perhaps not as relevant.
Yeah. You know what?
Because this is. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I think we're about to say the same thing. Go for it.
Yeah, I just realized what the function we're looking at is actually doing. It's taking a address of the currently loaded binary and figuring out which module it corresponds to. Yes. So we're looking in its text section to see like the address ranges that correspond to it.
Yeah, I think this is also dealing with the fact that in-memory addresses do not map one-to-one with
because relocatable
on-file addresses, which in our case is let me think about it if it's something that we have to deal with. I don't think in our case we care about this because the addresses, as written down in by instrumentation, they are, I believe, well, they're hard coded values. They don't get relocated. And I think that's it. I think, yeah, I think that part is fine. And then you only deal with them as through indices in the array where they are at. So I don't think we care about any of this stuff at all. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we could try to create a new executable where all we do is where in that program we literally try to open a file and try to load dwarf info from it. Does that make sense to you?
It does. There's a little more reading I want to do first, because in that file, if you look for load O file, the function named that, just search for it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was messing with this also. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because this seems very relevant. It's taking the path to an object file, it's pulling out the relevant sections, and it's creating a dwarf instance.
Yeah.
And obviously this is a Macho like code path, so
sorry.
It's okay. This seems very relevant. So actually let's read this this function from top to bottom quickly. We open our object file. Map whole file, is that literally just M mapping the whole thing? Yes, it's just M mapping the file. Okay. We are pulling the header out of that, checking its magic number. Again, iterating load commands. We are... So what's segcmd? We're sort of iterating them. We're marking down segment 64
and
ones.
SimTab.
And SimTab. Weirdly, we're doing that in like an overwriting way. Like we just see the last segment 64.
It may be that it's unique.
Yeah, quite possibly. But we expect to see both of those. If they're not there, we return missing debug info. We then pass some things out. Parse is a very strong term. Oh, wait, no. Okay, the parsing happens in this loop below, I guess. Okay. Sections is a dwarf.section array. I think I recall seeing that, but let me take a little look. So, okay, so a dwarf section array is just an array of sections, where a section is basically a slice of the section's data. And the number of sections is based on, there's this section.id thing in standard.debug.dwarf, which lists all of the sections that dwarf specifies. Okay. So presumably here we're going to be populating. Okay, so we have specific handling for frame for some reason, but then we are what's segcmd again? Oh, it's the thing we grabbed above. So we're iterating the sections inside that segment 64 we found.
Yeah, and we're searching for dwarf, which is what also Gemini was suggesting.
Yeah, so we're specifically looking for sections which are in a segment named dwarf, which makes sense. We are... Oh, right. That's just prepending underscores to each of the section names. Okay. So yeah, and we're just expecting sections named, for instance, things like underscore underscore debug underscore line, which aligns with what we saw earlier. Chop slice. What on earth does that do? Chop slice. Cast offset to a U size, cast size to a U size. That's a weird function. It's just a overcomplicated slicing operation. Okay. sections, section index. Oh, right, interesting. Okay, yes, that makes perfect sense to me. We check that, so in this missing debug info thing below, we're just checking that sort of the essentials are there, I suppose, which makes sense. And if we're missing any of those, then we will error. Otherwise, we make a dwarf with those sections. We do dwarf.open, and we have the O file info. Okay, to me, this makes sense.
Yeah.
So the question is just finding that mapping to all of the object files.
You were saying that mapping to all the object files? You mean where the O file path is?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's the part that I can't believe I forgot about somehow. Man.
I'm seeing something called like OSO S tabs, but I don't know what these words mean right now.
So O file path is defined in line 689. There's a symbol called O file. Other size O file.
I think I'm seeing something. I think STAB here is symbol table, which makes sense.
You know what? In this case, I'm not sure that we even care, because for us, what we're doing here on a O file, I believe we can also do on the final executable, because the final executable does contain the debug info, right?
No, that's the whole point, is the executable does not contain the debug info. Right?
And yet it does. I mean, at the very least, it contains the sections, because I was calling object dump macho
on test.o.
Oh, you're right. This is test.o. Test without O. Yeah, never fucking mind. Okay. Yeah, you're totally right. That makes okay.
Yeah.
So my memory. So I wasn't doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so that all makes sense, right? So we just need to figure out where this stupid fucking path is.
So my understanding is that it's somewhere in the symbol table of the binary, somehow. I don't know how we read those entries. I don't know how any of this works at the minute. I'm out. Oh god, you're opening Gemini.
Well, let's see what it has for us. I'm thinking about it. Maybe I never learned where this information is.
What did the AI tell? Oh, it's think. Oh, wait. Isn't stored in a single. There are a couple of places. Symbol table. Yes, that's the thing I'm somewhat interested in potentially. Or at least that's what I've seen something talking about. This information's often stripped because it's not. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Nice. Grep for also. Okay.
So nm-op on the binary. I'm not. Oh, was that AP? I can't read. Sorry, it's a little bit blurry on the share here. Okay, that lines up with what I was expecting to see.
Yeah, there we go. Sources. There we go. Okay, so that's yes. So we found it, and then here's the problem. This fucking piece of shit has. Look at this name. This is not a path. Sometimes it's a path. Sometimes it's not a path.
Well, I assume that it's just relative to the dir name of the thing.
Yes, it is. There
That's
will
fine.
be a.a.o, but you have to basically account for the you need to parse out basically an optional parenthesized suffix basically.
That's fine. I mean, as long as you don't have a binary name that has parentheses in it, because presumably if you do that, you just get info that nothing can parse. But
Can you imagine? Um, so there's no standard reliable load command in a final macro executable that directly store path to the linked object file. The legacy mechanism involved and also, but those are often stripped. Most comprehensive information related to origin of the code is found within dwarf debug info, usually located in a separate .dsim bundle linked via the
okay,
executable
so
LCUID. Okay.
based on everything I've seen, Gemini is slightly bullshitting you about what exists when, like, OSO is not a legacy thing. It's just how these paths are provided, essentially. Everything I've seen indicates that.
I mean,
Obviously,
I guess, I
Gemini's
guess,
correct in saying that they're going to be stripped in release builds
yeah.
because they're release builds.
I
But
guess maybe this in the past used to be the main way of getting debug info when you want to debug like a random program, and then over time,
right,
that
whereas nowadays you tend to use DSIMs, I
yeah, you
guess.
distribute it with DSIM in it. Yeah.
That makes sense. But okay, this seems fair enough. I would like to point your attention in debug.selfinfo to the function called read macho debug info. Seems like a really helpful function because it seems to be doing something quite relevant. Which is that you see a little bit further down, we're doing const sims, right? So we're pulling
Yeah.
out the symbol table. And then if you scroll down a bit, there's a loop over sims, and we're checking specifically for NOSO,
Yeah.
which seems like pretty much exactly what we're interested in here. O file is
OSO open and sim. Okay, so this is doing a lot of work. Why is this so tied to self info? God damn it.
That's a very good question. There might be a good reason, or it might be stupid. I'm not entirely sure.
I think there's probably some questions about ownership and some questions about maybe like optimizations where you do some work, only once, that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is kind of useful to have as a standalone thing, that a reusable code. God damn it.
Right, yeah, because looking at this does look like it actually would work completely fine on a typical file. Like, this pretty much looks like probably it's
Yeah.
exactly what we need.
Oh, you know what? Wait a second. Check this out. Read macho debug info. Let's see my commit. Yeah, I made it pub
Amazing.
so that I could use it from elsewhere.
So
Wait, then why did my code not work? God damn
well,
it.
yeah, this is what I'm wondering is like there's a chance we were actually closer than we thought. I don't know.
Okay, let's make this pub.
Yeah, make it pub.
Then we need to give it a macho file. Sorry, we need to give it a file. Okay, so that's fine. So it's weird to take ownership even on error. Rework this code. Okay, not gonna be me though. So this returns a module where we will have. So from this guy, then we will have the OSO. We will have parsed the OSO. So we'll be able to have the O file symbol defined. We'll be able to find it somewhere in the return thing. Right.
Slight tangent. What was the API that we figured out was the one the fuzzer was using again?
The API that the fuzzer was using, what do you
Like
mean?
the single, it was calling like one method on the dwarf, right?
Yes.
Which is in
It was calling after it gets the debug info, all it does on it is call resolve addresses. That's all it wants to do, resolve addresses.
What exactly does that do? Debug info
It calls info coverage resolve addresses dwarf. I remember seeing this. Oh god, I don't remember all the details. Well, I can tell you at a high level what it does. At a high level, it literally does this. You pass in a sorted list of program counters, and then for each one of those, it finds source location in debug
Okay.
info. Nothing else. That's all it does.
Yeah.
That said, I think there might be some assumptions. Also, this code I think has changed. I don't think it was exactly like this in the past when I looked at this stuff last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, in any case, this is it. Literally, its job is literally entirely exclusively fill out the array list of source locations. That's all it does.
Okay, this makes sense. So firstly, I'm noticing debug info is debug.info is really specifically tied to elf right now.
It
Like
is.
very much so.
Yes, that part was super annoying. It is. Although the difference between a dwarf elf module and a macho module, because they have they still use module nomenclature, I believe.
Right, yeah.
It's not that different. I remember
Okay.
messing with these things, and there is some difference, but it's not horribly so. Let me see if I committed this code at all or not.
Okay, yeah, it looks like they're actually on the whole very similar.
Yeah, as I was messing around, I changed dwarf.elf module to std-debug self-info.module. Although
Okay, yeah.
I was trying to make it work for macOS, I wasn't worried about not regressing Linux. So
Yeah, let's not worry about not resting Linux now. And although actually, to be fair, the Linux definition of that module thing is just dwarf.elf module.
yeah,
So you actually probably wouldn't have broken that immediately.
yeah, I still had Linux branching here, so it was all working. So this all made sense. So let's see, what did I do? A path, router, bundle, open file, path, subpath.
Yep, that seems reasonable.
Read debug info. Yeah, I think this is where I was doing something silly.
Yeah, that address map
Because this
thing
is
is odd.
Yeah, this is the executable. Oh yeah, also the address map thing was some form of caching that I don't know if we still have. If we still have to worry about. Oh yes, we totally have to.
Yeah, it's important. However, we may not necessarily. I mean, okay, I see. So that's doing.
I think I understand what the problem is here. The problem is here we were in the Linux case, you load the ELF file and that thing contains the debug info. While in the macOS case, you open the executable, you parse something out of it. You do the macro file parsing. You obtain the path to the object file. Although I did do some of that somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, I was doing this parsing inside get o file info for address. That might not be the right location for doing this though.
Could you scroll back up to the code we were looking at a moment ago?
Yeah, this one.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I was trying to help you, but I did not help you.
No, not this one. The thing where you call like self-info dot like read dot or whatever it is.
This stuff?
No, not that one.
Yeah,
where you call read macho debug info. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, good question. Where do I call that?
Well, we were at that code about 30 seconds ago, so just scroll up. Yep, keep going. There we go.
Okay.
Why are you setting base address and VM address slide to 0 there?
man, it's like I'm the culprit now. It's like yeah, I'm the suspected. I'm like
Oh, the answer is that its trade-up sets those to undefined, which is funky.
Yes, it starts with undefined, but also I think that what I was hoping to get out of this is that any code that would try to offset based on the runtime virtual memory offset would basically by setting that to 0, in the end we would end up having the math basically produce the addresses stored on file. I think that's also what I was doing. Like I was avoiding undefined, but also I believe that 0. I was hoping that 0 would work out correctly.
Could you link me this diff that you're looking at so I can just scroll through a few bits of it? Nice. So what was the actual issue you had with this, by the way? Like, obviously it didn't work. But
It didn't
how
work,
did it work?
and I didn't know anything more than that. But I do think that I was like.
Was it like crashing or just silently?
It was crashing because I was not filling out the data correctly. So there's a lot of places where there's no like optionalness. Like the source locations, you have to fill them out, all of them, period. And so I wasn't doing that correctly. Also because I wasn't in full control over the algorithm, because what I was doing basically was trying to flow back into the main already existing code. And so I think that probably that ended up not working out as I was expecting, and then I gave up, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I spent one stream on this, so yeah.
So that does just return with base address of 0. So that doesn't seem like an unreasonable thing to do, to be fair. And if I go back to...
Yeah, I was probably doing something silly. Yeah, I should not have put. I think that my error, like the main error, or like the first error that I did, was trying to put into the address map directly the executable, the loaded executable, while in reality, what I wanted to do was load the executable and then load the object file, and only put the object file in there.
Sure. Oh, I didn't realize how tiny standard.debug.info is. This is very stubbed. Okay. So this is doing... All right, that's your init.
Yeah, I think that was my main problem. And then maybe everything else was even fine. I don't know, maybe not. But that was definitely the first error.
Okay, this is interesting. Okay, get dwarf info for address. I don't know. So this definitely seems like certainly approaching the right thing. Okay, so if you get dwarf info for address, catch return, debug info. Coverage. Okay. Okay, I see where you were going with this code.
Yeah, I think I made a big mistake though in how I integrated stuff. I think I did it in a silly way.
It doesn't seem too crazy, honestly. What's populate ranges doing? Get dwarf info for address.
Oh, files. There we go. What does the F stand for in front of all the options in the Zig toolchain? I think feature.
I honestly don't know, because we didn't that's not a convention we made. We
Yeah.
took it from other tool chains, and it's very inconsistent what does and doesn't have the leading F right now.
Yeah.
I've never actually known what it stands for though. Feature
I think
seems viable.
the uppercase D, for example, for the build system options, that's definition, and I think the dash F
Yeah,
is
that's fine.
optional feature. So you're basically enabling or toggling a feature. I might be wrong.
I'm just looking at your old code at this commit. Could you shed any light on the populate ranges call that you have here? We're looking in debug/info.zig line 94. I mean, it's a thing that feels like it wouldn't be hurting anyway, but I'm just curious if you
I'm trying to
kind of
remember.
knew what was going on there, or if it was just an attempt to fix a problem.
I do not remember.
Okay.
I think that I was basically re-implementing here what resolve addresses dwarf does in the Linux branch, and I was just basically doing it myself.
No, because you're calling resolve addresses dwarf below already, which is the correct thing to do. Because essentially the difference here is that on Linux you have a single dwarf instance containing everything, and on Mac it's split up.
Correct. Well, here you have multiple.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so what you're doing here does make sense to me. You're iterating the sorted addresses, and you're kind of figuring out the slice within the addresses which this specific dwarf info can correspond to.
Correct.
That makes perfect sense to me. It's just the populate ranges call seems to just be out of nowhere.
I do not remember. I'm sorry. Yes, that was in general what I was doing. I do not remember about that line.
Okay. To be honest, I think the best way to go might be to bring this code back and try and debug it.
Holy shit, even. Okay. Well,
because this seems very similar, very similar to what I think I would end up doing. I'm not sure about the change in debug/self-info. I think that's a bit sus, but the change in debug.info and essentially the changes in debug.info and the changes in the changes in debug.info I think are particularly seem pretty correct.
Yeah. I was actually already porting some stuff over, but I was tempted to what I was thinking is to instead of loading the executable into the address map, instead I would load the O files into the address map.
That seems like it might be the more correct way of doing it, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, I'm not certain either. That also, but it did seem better to me.
I would, because I haven't touched a lot of object file stuff in a while, but when I last did, the thing which made me want to shoot myself in the face repeatedly was
Mhm.
dealing with differences in addresses between if I remember right, like in the binary, you have like a virtual address and a physical address embedded, which are sometimes different, but usually not. And then those are distinct from the actual loaded address, obviously, because of position independence. And I remember having lots of trouble
Mhm.
understanding what was going on.
I think this part should be simple because I believe that we do not need to make any change to the addresses because we deal
Okay.
entirely in I don't know what to call them, like non-loaded addresses.
Yeah, I think they're called virtual addresses in this case, but I'm not entirely sure. Um, okay.
Yeah.
I what I would suggest is initially doing what we were doing before and just putting one entry in address map. I think it would be better in terms of things like performance to put all of the separate files into address map, but I think we are more likely to have broken code in that case because the thing is, the way we were doing it before, the tricky bit's already written for us, right? Debug.selfinfo seems to already do that stuff for us. The get dwarf info for addresses cool on 93.
Colon 93. But then I had to change this, I believe, right?
Did you?
I totally did. Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Wait. No,
right.
no, no,
Yeah.
no.
So,
This is
yeah, yeah.
get dwarf info. This is get o
Get
file.
get dwarf info calls in to get o file.
Okay. And I had
It's
to
just a wrap.
change it to make it so that it does the O translation in here. But I think we don't want to do this.
That seems incorrect, but I'm not sure what because if it was the case that right now on Macho things break if you link
Oh
static
fuck! Wait a second.
libraries.
Wait a second. So
Oh,
here's why I was doing it this way because look at this. Get O file info for address. So you're saying that get dwarf info for address calls into that? Let me see.
yeah, yeah, it's just a wrapper.
Uh, yeah. Fuck. Okay, so here's the problem though. This guy expects to find an O file in your like it expects to find a symbol that contains the O file. So this guy expects to do this translation. The problem is that this guy does it wrong
How so?
because it doesn't account for parentheses in the name.
Okay.
Like
Because what I was wondering is if those
uh,
parentheses are actually there, or if that's just an artifact of how things print the symbols. But okay,
no, I can guarantee you they are there. Like I was
okay.
parsing out, I was checking for the existence of a parentheses and parsing that stuff out.
So
I had to.
here's that makes sense. Here's where I'm confused: is if we do indeed have a bug in self info where we essentially break when a symbol comes from a static library.
Yeah,
How has that not been hit in practice with self info?
I have no clue. Where is this stuff used?
It's used for like printing stack traces and stuff, like on panics and on unreachable and stuff.
Right. So you're saying if there's a panic in a static library and we're trying to print the stack trace, then this code should not work, right? Well, the
In
original code should
theory,
not
yeah.
work. You want to
In
test this
fact,
out?
yeah, I was gonna say we can just try that. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. I need another bathroom break because I sorry, I drank a bunch of tea.
it's a stressful.
Yeah, and I'm returning it to the universe, I guess. But yeah, okay. So next step is let's test this out. But sure, but I can promise you this thing is like I
Yeah, I
had to
believe
write
you.
this. I had to write this.
Okay.
I didn't write this. How can I say like preemptively? I was forced to. Okay, give me a sec, and I'll be right back. And then we make a program to test this stuff out. Or yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Hi, chat. I'm here to entertain you for the next few minutes while Loris has a piss. So, how are you all doing? Here's some hashtag relatable influencer content. I had a really annoying call with my bank this morning. Don't banks suck? Um, In fact, hey, this is a cry for help. If anyone listening knows how to fix problems with fucking IMS registration on custom Android ROMs, please save me, because the place I'm in has really bad 2G service, but I cannot use Wi-Fi calling or VoLTE. And so I essentially can't make phone calls. I don't know if it was working before and broke recently, or if it's just never been working. Because I don't make phone calls enough to realize when there's a problem with this. I might have to go back to stock ROM, which would be very sad. Let's let me, while I wait, look through the issue tracker and see if there's any open issues about like Dwarf on Macho. Like Mac Stack Trace might find it. Mac OS Stack Trace. Ooh, that's a bit better. What's this? No. I can't find anything about it. But that doesn't necessarily mean the bug's not there. Because the thing is, it's also the kind of issue that people probably wouldn't report. Because this wouldn't manifest itself, I don't think, as a crash. It would manifest itself as just a missing line in. Hello, someone. I don't know much about Angry on a stock Samsung spyware. Yeah, I used to have Samsung devices. Or, well, devices is wrong. I used to have an S7 Edge, had that for a few years. It was awful. I don't understand why Samsung is as popular as it is, because they have just horrible software. Like their, what was the name? TouchWiz, their bloody system UI. It's horrible. It crashes constantly. I was running stock and it was breaking all the time. It looks horrific. Like, it's not pleasant to look at or interact with. I don't know why people like it. I also tried to root the S7 Edge and nearly hard brick the device because of bloody Knox. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, Samsung have a essentially a physical fuse in their devices, which, if they detect like the bootloader being unlocked, trips. And in certain contexts, tripping that can just hard brick your device. Tripping it will always permanently disable certain things. I think it disables Samsung Pay or something. But yeah, it can also get you into a bricked state if you're not careful. So I nearly bricked my S7 Edge the day I got it, at the age of like 14 or something. That was fun. S24 is very buggy for all the fun. Yeah, no, that's fair. Hi, Loris. I've just been talking to your chat about Android ROMs.
Okay. People do still do that on Android.
Oh, I have Lineage on my phone. I was actually begging your chat to see if anyone could help me with a silly issue I've been having.
Oh.
Which is that IMS registration is not working. IMS being the system that powers essentially Wi-Fi calling and 4G calling.
Okay.
And this means that essentially I can't make phone calls at the minute because I live in an area with really bad 2G service. So that's fun.
I see. Wow.
Anyway, yes, we were about to make a little test program.
Yes. So we wanted to have a program that would panic inside of a library. Actually,
Yeah.
I think maybe we can do that by putting a panic inside the fuzzer.
Let's do it minimally, I think. Let's try and simplify this because I don't want to break my brain.
Okay. So mkdir crash. I'm gonna enter crash. I'm gonna zig in it.
I wouldn't bother zigging it. I would.
I think it sets up some
okay.
static library stuff for you, although I don't know if it does that.
Well, yeah, that's not. I wouldn't even use like a build script here. I would just make like a foo.zig, and I'd build libit, and I'd make like a bar.zig.
That sounds good to me. Okay. Wait, what?
Well, you wrote dot star, so yeah, that's fine.
Dot slash star.
Sure.
There you go. Okay. Foo.zig. So this is our library.
Our static library, yeah. So it has to export a function. And this can just do a panic. Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay. And then we can have, main.zig, which has like an extern. Now so we're going to want first to build lib on foo.zig. And that should, okay, lib foo.a, cool. And then build exe on main.zig with lib foo.a. Just add another arg lib foo.a, yeah.
Okay.
Now /main, I assume.
It worked.
No, it doesn't exactly what I expect. Look at that top frame.
Oh yeah, it pooped itself.
No. That's the bottom.
Oh no, you're right. That's the bottom. All right. Yep.
So that's doing actually exactly what I thought it would. Whereas if you
we don't have these code.
Yeah. So on the other hand, let's double check that is indeed the cause of it. Instead of a build lib, do a build obj on it and link it as an object. And in that case, I expect it'll work fine. Because then you don't have the parenthesized thing, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, foo.o. It's not lib foo.o, it's just foo.o because it's not a library. There you go.
Yep.
Okay. Amazing.
But it was broken all along.
That's fine. This is a good little first thing. We can fix this bug.
Right. Just another 20-minute adventure.
Yeah. Well, this is good because we're actually making some progress, or at least fixing a bug in Zig.
So this is get O file info for address, get O file info for address, O file path, and then.
Okay. So let me actually have a look at your thing because I'm not entirely sure I agree with how you're doing this.
I'm saying if it ends with a.a.o parentheses.
Yep. Okay. This is the wrong strategy, I think.
How do you suggest we do?
Firstly, I'm not sure why you're using tokenized scalar. That's a really weird way of doing it. I would have done like last index of scalar, surely.
Last index of? Well, one index of, some index of. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're right.
Some index of. I think last index of is safer because if there's the way it seems like it usually works is full path and then in parentheses a base name.
Yeah.
So there's more likely to be a stray parenthesis in the full path. So I think it would work in more cases to do a last index of, if that makes sense.
I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to do. Just raw, yeah. And say if it doesn't end with that, then just break raw path. And then say like paren idx is okay, what are you doing? Sorry.
Wait, I'm trying to move this stuff inside.
I wouldn't move that because I think that's a bad strategy.
Yeah, just not to leave garbage around. So okay, row path.
Yep.
Then you were saying, I guess we do it on a once, right?
So
no, we have to allocate.
Yeah. You have to allocate. That's not going to change.
You know what? That's
We
another thing that I never really worried about, which is memory cleanup. I don't know.
Yeah, that's going to be a nightmare thing, but we can figure that out in a little bit.
Okay.
So I do like the const. No, I wouldn't add a break yet. I would. This okay. Do you want a zig tip?
Yeah, go for it.
Labeled blocks are fucking amazing. Labeled blocks are how I do like 60% of all control flow in Zig at this point,
Okay.
because they let you write things with a bunch of failure conditions in really elegant ways. So the way
Okay.
I'd write this is with a line that's doing like a const last parent index or something like that. Equals standard.mem.last index of scalar. I think that's what it's called. And that's like U8, yeah, U8 raw path, open parenthesis. And then I do or else break BLK raw path. So the thing about this is obviously this is a simple example, but there are loads of cases where you have quite complicated chains of conditional logic, and I don't tend to like nesting conditionals much, because the problem with nesting conditionals, in my view, is that you kind of don't understand the full path of what's going on until you read down a lot, because you're going to fall through past the end of the case and you don't know what the else branch does until your eyes skim down. Whereas the nice thing about this is you kind of flow the complicated path through the block, and the simple things are just breaks handled when we learn that this case doesn't apply. Does that make sense? It's just kind of a thing I found nice. So I think what we need to do is replace the base name of the thing with, or of the like first part of the path with the base name inside the parentheses, right? So like the path is going to be like whole path / something .a, and in parentheses it's going to say like something .a.o. And so we want to
I
replace.
think I was doing it already correctly. Let me think for a second.
That works correctly in exactly one case, which is when we emit object files like the Zig compiler currently does. So the Zig compiler emits object files that look like .a.o. There's no guarantee that other toolchains are going to do that, which is why the parenthesized part needs to be there in the first place, right? Because you don't actually know what the object file name is just from the .a name.
I see.
So what you were doing before probably works in the specific case of the Zig compiler usually, but it's much better if we take the whole path at the start and just replace the base name, like the final component, with the thing in parentheses, because I think that's what it's trying to do.
Okay. So path is going to be row path
0 up to, yeah, last parent index, and like base name, I guess, is,
Do you want the
or
base name?
base, or
Base path, right? You want to remove the
oh,
base name,
well, if
right?
you want to call it that, then then it's called dir name.
Oh, you're right. Their
In
name.
that case. Sorry, I thought you were writing something else. Is, yeah, standard.path. Oh yeah, fs path dir name of path. And I get, because it wants a, well, dir name returns an optional, and so this is another case of use case the label block, right? Is in the alternative case, well, there's kind of nothing else sane we can do here, because like what would it mean if the,
I think it's fine. I think
is that okay?
I think I think it's well. I guess
Would it
those are
mean the current
usually.
working directory? Are those paths always absolute? Do we know
Yeah,
this?
I think they're absolute paths.
So I think it's reasonable to say if that path is for some reason not absolute, then something weird is happening. Let's just use the raw path and let it error.
Okay.
So break BLK raw path. Yeah. And then, so we want like the new base names. That's going to be raw path, last parent index +1 onwards.
Well, we want to subtract.
Oh, yes, good point. Very good point.
We want to subtract. I guess this guy.
Yeah, so up to raw path.len minus. My brain turned off -1. Yeah. Yeah, parent, not parent, up there.
Yeah, you're right. I wait a second. Yeah, I think that's fine.
So now this is all we need to do now is a standard FS path join. I don't remember. I think this takes like a slice of slices.
Why am I not getting support? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Allocator and then slice of slices. So, is it called allocator here? I think,
literally
isn't
allocator. Ugh, okay.
Yeah, old code. And so then just do a name base name. Okay. And you'll need to obviously catch, just like catch panic, I guess. Okay. So my theory is this will fix. Oh, I have one more question actually.
These can return an error, so we just try this.
We can straight up just try it. Yeah, that works. I mean, we still need to deal with the actual cleanup of that memory at some point, but yeah, that's fine. One question: do you know if the thing in parentheses can also be an absolute path?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know that authoritatively. I don't think so. That said.
In fact, do you know what I think might be better? Is possibly there's a function. I'm aware of the API surface area here because I've been doing.
You're talking about resolving the path?
I've been doing a big change set. It's not so much about resolving, or it's well, that's one of the things. One sec. Rather than rambling, let me. Yeah. So there's. Yeah, I think resolve is actually definitely what we want to use here, because the thing is, it will deal with the case where you have a absolute path in the second bit, because I think that has to be possible because there's no restrictions on where you can link, like what object files you could link into your final library, right? They could be from completely different bits of the file system, even like different mounts, for instance. And I would expect that in some cases it would put an absolute path in that. At the very least, it seems like something that is worth supporting in case something does it. And so I would suggest that it's a very simple thing, just rather than using join, use standard.fs path resolve. It's the exact same usage.
Wait a second. Let's see what if we can find some kind of authoritative like spec.
That's a funny joke.
Yeah, I know, but you try.
It's not really about dwarf. I think this is more about macho. I'm not sure.
Huh. They seem to be doing pretty much what we are also doing.
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing about this. Okay, let's go back to what you were saying. Okay, so you're suggesting to not just join but resolve?
Yeah, which is the exact same usage, just allocator and slice of paths. It's just that resolve treats it as like a sequence of CD statements essentially. So for one, it would sort of collapse like up directory things like ... But it will also, if base name is absolute, then it will just give us an absolute path back. So I think that's probably better because it deals with more potential formats, and I'm pretty confident that at least one of those two must be possible. Because otherwise there'd be cases you couldn't represent. So I think we should see if this fixes that repro.
Yep. Okay, let's see. Mhm.
So yeah, that. Oh yeah, that /main. Okay, it did
No.
not work. Was the standard library you were editing like your system standard library? Just to check.
Good question.
No, that's in ~zig source, right? So is that? Well, I guess it depends what your zig binary is. Sorry, I'm rambling at you.
You know what? I should undo these changes here.
What? Oh, you? Huh? Oh, right. That's debug.info. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, you have changed to self info, which makes sense. You want to make sure you're using.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is you need to make sure that that's the libdir you're using, so you can use a different zig or whatever.
I need to use zig one.
Okay. You also need to do the build lib separately because that's what's actually going to be doing the panic, right? Because the panic call is in the library, so the library is going to be what's printing the stack trace.
But isn't this done at runtime by the executable?
Yeah, it's done at runtime by the executable, but you've just rebuilt the main thing. But in terms of what, because it's the library that actually has the panic call, and therefore it's the library which is reading the debug info. So, yeah. And then you still need to rebuild.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, this is a shame. Zig cache should not be conflicting unless something is very wrong. And also, yeah, it's not going to use a label
okay,
cache.
so
okay.
Zig one build libfoo.zig. Okay, let me double check one thing. Let's see that does stage 3 have a copy of this stuff. Stage 3 I think is in zig out.
Oh yes, that has its own lib.
That has its own lib. Okay, so I have to use okay, I have the solution. Sorry. I have to use zig2.
You know you can just pass zig libdir, right?
It's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Still not working.
Still not working. Okay.
Shall we debug print?
I was gonna say, let's add some debug prints.
Was it in self-info?
Yep, self-info. Just search for like raw path and you'll find it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that works. So I think just after this block, let's just log o-file path. Or oh yeah, that also works.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Okay. I think we might be doing something wrong.
Yeah. Let's see where people are saying. In the example side, you're using January 2006 in the date formatter, but changing date to some other date breaks formatting. Is this date special somehow? Andrew, I don't remember precisely what you're looking at, but that is a Go style date formatting string. And the way you do date formatting, Go style is that there is a special date. Yes. It's a special date where that specific value is used as an example. So, for example, the time is at 3 p.m. And so 3 and 15 have a special meaning where they indicate the hour. You can read more about it. Like you can see more about this format in the docs. My docs, not the Go ones.
I've seen a lot of people like complain about that Go design choice, but honestly, I've always thought that seemed like a quite nice way of doing it.
I prefer it personally.
Yeah, because it's like incredibly readable, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, our sanitization of this path is not working. Let's go and read our code and see what we're doing
fucking
wrong.
something up. I don't like that you can specify any date. What do you mean? How would that work?
Yeah, that clearly can't work because you don't know which number is what.
Yeah,
it's like if I wrote 01/01/01 and said that's my date format. Like, no, you can't.
Not only that, but you also need to choose like times and days that don't cause collisions.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Can I raw? So first thing is that I'm noticing is actually we shouldn't be checking for .a.o at the end. Again, that's a Zigism. We should just check for the parenthesis at the end. It's not causing this bug, but so in the ends with cool there.
That's not a Zigism, you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. The object. I mean, it might be okay to check for .o, but I just check for the parenthesis. I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
So somehow we were breaking away. I think this has to do with their name. I think the problem is that it's we were assuming that the what's outside it's an absolute path, but no, it's a relative path.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So that's relative path. Okay. In that case, we can just or else dot. I think, or empty string probably works. Maybe go dot. Dot is definitely correct. Okay. I think. Maybe. We'll see. Well, because I think resolve is going to get rid of the dot anyway, and even if it stays there, it shouldn't do any harm.
We have it.
Amazing.
It works.
I figured out the best way to do that. Actually, it's not dot. It's just if you head back to that code. If there's no dir name, then that means that both of them just have one component. So just or else break path or else break base name, right? You'll need to obviously move the base name definition, but break BLK base name. But yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
No, this is actually a loop. Like, does that make sense to you? That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Because yeah. Okay. I think this. I mean, double check it still works, I guess, but
okay, that seems fine.
I imagine this will still work fine. And you can then just commit that as a initial bug fix. Okay, amazing. Remember to get rid of the debug prints before you commit.
Did I not delete them? Oh no, I did not. Yeah.
Cool.
This seems fine.
Yeah. If you want a really pedantic code review comment, I wouldn't have called the block BLK because I never call blocks BLK. Would have called it path, probably. There you go. But yeah, I think this code is fine.
You know, in the past, I used to be a proponent of a I don't know what to call it, like somewhat walrus. I don't know what to call it, chipmunk operator.
Oh, no.
Where the idea is that you do this, and this becomes implicitly the label name.
Oh no, that's horrible, Loris.
But it helps giving semantic names to labels instead of having everything be BLK. Anyway, well, I mean,
counter argument. It helped do that by simply just not naming blocks BLK.
Yeah, for sure.
I have not named a block BLK in multiple years, I believe.
I used to be more precise with them in the past. But then I stopped doing it. I think Andrew calls these things always BLK. Or at least he
No,
used
no,
to.
he doesn't. He doesn't anymore.
Uh,
The way I treat it is I treat it like a variable name, right? Because in the block, for instance, I'm going to do like break colon whatever, like something. I call the block name exactly what I would call the variable name if I were instead writing const thing equals whatever.
right. So what you're suggesting is you're basically doing this.
No, because I'm not suggesting special casing that bit of no. It's okay to write things twice. People are too subscribed to don't repeat yourself. It's fine to repeat yourself.
What component would
Macho,
this
I
be?
guess. Or well, standard .debug I would write as the start, but or maybe self info. It doesn't matter that much.
Well, a CD debug. Okay, suggest a title that you like.
Handle static library paths correctly when reading self info. I'm actually just on the stream to replace the LLMs that Loris wants to use to name his commits.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my class, all file entries will not be clean file paths when the entry points at a static archive. Maybe we can bring an example.
I mean, this commit actually isn't complete yet because we've not dealt with memory management, but we can fix that later. I don't think that's worth worrying about right now.
Okay.
It's a boring problem.
Yeah.
It'll just be storing a bit of state somewhere to note that we need to free that key later, or maybe throw it in a local arena or something. Like, it's a boring problem.
Yeah, it's boring. So archive, for example. Code that the code for loading debug info will in what do you call them, missing frames? What do you call it? Like a debug
Just
info frame.
say a missing frame in debug info.
Okay, missing. Okay.
Something else we should add to this eventually, which we can just do off stream, is we should add a test in the stack trace tests in the compiler. But again, not concerned for now.
Well, I think we can stop it at that. That's it. I don't know. Anything else to add?
I would.
Oh shit!
Just this is just the thing. What?
This should not be in here.
Oh yeah, let's remove that in a second. But when I'm doing commits that I know aren't complete, I will just write like to dos at the end of the commit message. So here, personally, I would just write like to do memory leak, to do test case. But
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Let me amend
Remove that part
change.
of the
Yeah. Where was that?
Metro debug info.
Real Metro debug info that is still in self, right?
Yep. Which is why we missed it. Because we were just checking that all of our changes were there. Cool.
Okay. Do you want me to make a branch for it? Or
Yeah, maybe throw a branch up for this. I can deal with the boring bits later if I have time. So
okay. macOS debug info. I don't know.
yeah, that's fine. The branch name does not matter much.
Right.
You need to set
Th-
upstream. You
Thank
know
you,
you
Git.
can just do git push -u and then tab complete the upstream name, right?
Oh no, I did not know.
If you just do space and then okay, sure.
And then, well, but it's
You,
just
you don't need to you don't need to write the branch name. That's not necessary.
like this. That's it.
Yep.
Or just dash u.
No. You do still need the origin, the upstream name. Oh, do you need? Sorry, you do need the branch name. I'm getting mixed up with something else. My bad. But I mean, again, it'll tab complete if you have the.
Mm, okay.
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 Um. Okay. The actual fix we did there, I can look at later and finish off the boring to dos. Should we look at actual fuzzing?
Yeah. So we well, we fixed one step. That's
Yep.
nice.
It's a good start.
So that means that we have, if we want to use this system, we have to put the original file in the address map. So let's go back to what are we looking at?
What?
What was it? Info, debug info.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
the
I
one.
would suggest doing is essentially cherry picking your changes from this file from what you had before, because I think they were pretty much like very close to correct. Not necessarily optimal, but certainly close to functional.
Yeah. Let me think for a second. One thing though, there's something that is really annoying, which is that in our case we are doing something kind of specific where we do not care at all about runtime addresses, um, and I don't know. It's kind of making me think that maybe a clean implementation would probably better implementation would be re-implementing some of this code ourselves without going through what already is there. Some of it would imply copy pasting, and clearly it would be nice to factor stuff out. But the fact that this code is so intertwined in the assumption that you want runtime stuff, I don't know.
I'm a little confused about what you're trying to say there. What code you're
Well, for
saying
example, the
is
fact
making
that
that.
here you have to pass a base address, and let's see what else does it have. Like a bunch of things deal with virtual memory addresses and stuff. I think, well, you remember, right, that I was setting those values to 0
Yeah. I mean,
here.
to be clear, the elf path always returns 0 for them. That's not like.
Okay. Okay. Then let me start copying stuff over.
Yeah.
So let's see. Also, we are changing that from that to that. Oh, I lost mlugg. He dropped from the call. Hopefully he's gonna come back. So what were we doing here? So we were putting that thing in the address map. Then so this part was fine. Then in the init, Oh, we just renamed this thing instead of elf module, just module, but that's it. So whatever. Then in resolve addresses, we were doing stuff, but did any of what we were doing here matter in our case? No, because this code is pretty much the same. I wonder why this thing did not understand that we basically just ended up adding this, and this was okay as it already was. We literally did not change anything in there. Okay, so turns out that his battery, the battery of his laptop died, which makes sense. He did say that he unplugged it. Okay, he'll be back. Okay, so this part then is pretty much good at this point. So then next is what we need to change is how resolve addresses behaves. So resolve addresses, let's see, assert. What was this saying? Panic to do, yeah. Then I deleted the remaining 2 lines because I put a switch in here. So I basically moved those 2 lines inside the Linux case. Yeah. So Linux case, we do this. macOS case, we do something else. Not something else. Something else. Oh. Hello, welcome back. Let me put you back online.
Are we back? Say words.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Damn it. They've reconnected, but this website is bad and won't figure it out. And I can more or less guarantee that if I refresh the page, I'll do it.
So please understand. So let's see, what were we doing here? Get dwarf info for address. So we were getting the dwarf info for address, at least in theory. And then I called populate ranges. What does populate ranges do? I don't even know.
Okay. I'm back again.
Welcome back.
We'll see how long this lasts. My guess is not very.
You mean for your headphones?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I do not remember at all why I was calling populate ranges and what it does.
I propose we delete the call for the second. Oh, damn it, my headphones disconnected again. Okay, this is not a viable strategy. I need to figure out a better way. Okay, actually, I just had a thought. I believe my monitor has a audio out, which I'm guessing is going to redirect the audio that's going to the monitor. I'm going to try plugging into that. I will disconnect from this for a second. Oh, wait, how can I hear you now? Why is this happening?
Test?
I can hear, it's now reconnected and I can hear you.
Okay.
But normal, okay. I'll leave it for the
then you're
second
good.
when the next
But
breaks.
wait, do you not have like a normal audio jack on a framework laptop?
No, it's fantastic. It's disconnected again. The way framework.
It's just dongles.
It's not dongles. The point. So
wait, how can you hear me then?
the point of the framework laptop is it has these expansion slots which you can put little like any kind of I/O port you want into.
Which are
so
dongles.
Yeah, essentially they're dongles, but they're actually integrated into the device, like
Yeah.
in terms of design, instead of being a fucking nightmare. Anyway, this keeps cutting out. I'm going to try plugging into the monitor and seeing if that works. I will
Okay.
close this for a minute and be back in a sec.
Sounds good. Access of Union Field Archive while field object is active. Oh, I have a vague memory of this. I have a very vague memory of this. Oh god, that was another problem that I fixed in the past, and I don't remember how I did it. That's maybe in the first commit. Let's go to the parent.
Okay, I can hear you now. Got audio
Hello.
from source, so hopefully this time it won't break. What are you looking at the minute?
I'm looking at the fact that I had so many fixes in the old commit, and I forgot that we probably will need to put them back.
Okay. Didn't you
Yeah.
say that some of these were already done on master or something?
Yes, but I didn't check super thoroughly, and
Okay.
they probably implemented only a subset of the fixes that I had. So
Well, let's go through them and have a look.
yeah. So by the way, if you want to look at the other diff, you have still the link to the diff that I sent
Oh,
you,
yes,
right?
good point. I
Go to
forgot
the
about
parent
that.
commit. There's a link to the parent commit near the header.
Yep, got it.
And you can see the other
Cool.
changes.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah, the changes to like symbols and stuff, that part is fine. But some other things are not necessarily fixed. We will have to check. So right now, I try to run the fuzzer. So I copied over all the code. I commented out the line that the function that you didn't want to call, and then I got a panic because there's a call to add archive in classify input file flash mode. Blah blah blah. There's a call to. Well, in any case, we're accessing the archive field of something that is an object instead. And I think I remember seeing this problem. And I think I fixed it, but I'm not 100% sure. That said, in source link macho, there's a promising diff.
Yes, that looks very relevant. Open archive input. Yeah, I think that diff looks completely correct. The one in source /link/macho. You're going to get it there because you need to rebuild Zig, right?
Oh shit, you're right. God damn it. It was so nice while the only thing that was broken was no, what am I doing? Zig one build there we go. This guy.
Seems about right.
What?
What are you trying to find?
Just going back to where I was.
Right, okay.
Okay, so it's building. Let me see if there's any other important change. I'm assuming, I think that all these ones that deal with symbol names are fixed now. So this is all done.
Okay.
But what we're missing is probably, okay, we need to check if this fix was added. Basically, there's a crash in the fuzzer where it will try to do something. Where is it? It will try to remove a byte. Modified index 0 else.
Yeah,
Okay.
this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, basically, it was trying to
you
remove a
can't do
byte.
uint less than biased on 0. It's fine.
Yes, and that was causing a crash. So we'll see if this got fixed or not. Actually, we can check now already.
Yeah, just have a quick,
This is also
quick
standard
look.
library, so it should be fine. So this is fuzzer.zig.
Not standard library to be pedantic, but yeah.
Yeah, true.
Switch
380.
mutation. Or yeah, I guess that's the line number if you want to do it that way.
Yep, the crash is still there.
Okay. Well, that can be fixed. Also, again, don't call your switch SW. Call it like mut or mutation or something. You know? Come on. Oh, okay. Well, that's not how syntax works, Loris.
Wait. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm used to. This is for our Rust fans.
I see. And yeah, you can't do uint less than biased if yeah.
Okay. So that's also necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I was hitting all these crashes and people, I guess, normally are not, is because I'm running with the debug-rt flag. So without it, you get a release build of the fuzzer.
Right, that makes sense. Yes. Okay, so we expect now that the compiler won't crash.
So if we are back to where we were before, we expect the crash to happen. Well, something should go bad with the web browser because it doesn't load debug info as it should. Or I don't know, maybe it does. Or maybe it already died and it just doesn't tell you. Yeah, I think I've seen these get stuck. That said, I'm not sure.
Is there anything in the dev console?
No.
What?
Yeah, no, because it's building the WebAssembly stuff on the fly
Okay.
when you request it. And this is now dead.
Dead how? Like what's happened?
Let me try to load this in another browser. So okay,
Lovely.
the WebAssembly crashes, and I remember also stopping because there used to be a way of getting loading debug info for WebAssembly using an extension, but that was not working, and so I kind of gave up at that point.
That's fine. We have a stack trace. We can work from the stack trace. Oh, why did you just close it? It had a stack trace.
Yeah, we do have a stack trace. You know what? I think we did not have that before. I might be wrong.
I don't know.
In any case, no, we did have that. Okay, append path. In any case, I can tell you what's happening. Something went wrong with source locations. There's something wrong with our source locations, and I don't know why. That's where I stopped basically the last time.
Okay, let's try and figure out a more specific problem than something went wrong. Let's take a look at that function that's crashing.
Source
path.
location link HTML. I think that's a good place where to be.
I want to see what memory access is failing, so I'd like to look at append path really.
Okay. Fuzzer was main. What's the fuzzer main for the web? It's this guy. Okay.
Source location index. You just type it. Sorry, I just bumped the mic.
Append path, right?
Append path. Okay. So we know there's a memory access out of bounds. That's interesting. Okay, so that probably means that like one of these strings in the source location is bad, right? Like sl.file, for instance.
Yeah. Does it say anything deeper than this? It's an instruction. Load offset something variable for. Yeah, would be nice to know exactly what we're looking at.
That's okay.
Well, it's before a loop.
I mean, the loop is going to be something in line.
Yeah. Maybe it's this that proves itself right away.
Probably it means there's some kind of undefined data in the source location. Or something along those lines. That's what I kind of
take one of those. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to where the source locations are populated then, I guess.
Well, we know where those are populated.
It's the code we're working on.
Yeah. It's oh god, I already forgot what the file is. Info, right?
Yeah, info.zig.
It's this guy.
What I'd suggest doing is we're not hitting that made no progress case, I assume, are we?
No, we're not.
Like that's not being printed anywhere. It'll be in. I mean, just check the log in the console. Oh wait, no, of course it's gonna. No, it's not gonna be. Yeah. It's sorry. Yes, that's the
It's one building, but in any case, no, I don't think we hit it. In any case, I turned it into a panic, so. No, I don't think
it doesn't make sense to just return in that case, certainly, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we do call DW ranges get last or null. So, you know why?
That's why you were.
I think that's why I was calling this.
Understand. Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense.
And I think I have this vague memory where I was doing get last or null, but I wasn't 100% convinced that this made sense. Because if you have multiple ranges, getting the last one is not necessarily the right move. But yeah, I wasn't sure about any of those things.
Okay. That's fine. Give me a second. Get O file info for address. I want to see how this works a little bit. Search symbols. We find the symbol that tells us the O file path. Okay, yeah. And so, okay, we get relocate. That's important. That's very important. Address ranges are different here. Okay, I may have figured out a key part of why we're having problems here.
Okay.
In the object files that are loaded, the address ranges are going to be.
I just hit made no progress.
Okay.
Apparently. Okay. You were saying?
That's probably because of what I'm about to say. When the address range. So a virtual address in the like linked binary is going to be different to the corresponding address in the object file, because the object files don't know what address ranges are like available, right? So that those addresses are going to be relocated when the objects are linked together.
Yes.
So it's fine. There's a solution to this, because this work is being done for us by self-info. Instead of get dwarf info for address, you want to call directly get o file info for address. And I guess just rename the variable info or whatever. So this gives us a bit more information. This gives us, as well as giving us the actual debug info, which is great. We also have.
It doesn't contain ranges, the O file.
So... What do you? No. It's not that. It doesn't contain ranges, but it contains relocated address. That's what we're interested in.
Relocated address is symbol O file info.
So O file info contains the dwarf. Symbol, no idea. Don't know how that works. But relocated address. So I think the initial way I'm going to suggest doing this is really inefficient and we need to do better. But I just want to get something working first. So I'm going to say we should do a get O file info for address call for every single address in this array initially, because that's like the simplest thing. I know, not a good idea. We will not PR it. But if we can get something working, then we'll get something working.
So file index, blah, blah. Okay, so we instead of like increasing the index multiple times, we just do +1 every single time.
Yep. And so we're going to do something like, so this resolve addresses dwarf call is going to be for just a slice of one PC address, I suppose. So IDX +1 or something, or 0 up to 1.
Yeah, I see.
Sure. Output likewise. Wait, but actually, this is the thing. That sorted PC address thing, that's wrong. So that argument is what we need to change to resolve addresses dwarf. Oh yeah, sure. Sorry, I'll let you do that quick.
You were saying, sorry?
So the second argument to resolve addresses dwarf down there. The second, no, down. Second call.
Okay.
There. So that address is the one we need to change, because we're now not dealing with the addresses of the parent binary of like the whole binary. We're dealing with addresses of the object file. So what you want that second argument to be is just like anonymous tuple, just like an &.brace.
Wait, when you say the second argument, you mean output?
Like, no, sorry. I mean the sorted PC address.
Okay.
Because like the element that we're getting there is the address in the in the final binary. We don't want that. We want the address in the object file, which is different.
Give me a sec.
Okay.
Because I need to validate this assumption. Is that address going to be the address in the final executable or not? It is going to be...
Yes, it's the input to this, and what we're inputting to this function doesn't know or care about the structure of debug info.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm not sure is that, because the problem is that these program counters come from a section in the executable, and so I'm not sure what the relationship is with actual addresses in the executable, if that makes sense.
It'll be the actual addresses. They're relocated, because ELF is doing exactly the same thing. It's just that for ELF, all of the debug info is created and linked.
Okay, understood. Okay, so you're saying, how do we change this then?
So just get rid of that whole argument. Instead, it's going to be a tuple with one element, so &.brace. And the element is going to be ofile.relocated address. So that's, if I'm understanding correctly, that's what that thing it's returning actually is. And instead of ofile at the bottom, you need like ofile.ofileinfo.?di, I think. and ampersand on all that because that's an actual dwarf and you need to point at a dwarf. And then
I think it was O_file info, right? Was
yep,
it
their
not?
underscore file. And also, one moment, I'll give you a sec.
Yeah, and then yeah, okay.
Yep. And also, just the line you're currently on, get rid of the dot question mark at the end because that doesn't return an optional. Okay.
No, there's one thing that I'm not. There's something that I'm not fully fine with. We have completely factored out the program counter address. That is not okay because the program counter
No,
address.
he's not. It's used at the top. It's used when in ghetto file info for address.
Yeah, but that gives you an O file. Oh, you're saying that this address will become the relocated address.
What ghetto file info for address is doing is it's taking the address in the binary and it's giving you back the object file and the address in the object file.
Yeah, okay. Okay. VM other slide. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because okay, I get it. Because what I would expect normally is that whatever offset is there, we would normally want to manually subtract it from or add it or whatever to our value. But okay, I get it. Since we're doing this for every single yeah, well, let's go. Let's see what happens now.
Maybe it'll do nothing. I don't know, but this feels at least closer to what we want. In fact, I do think we're missing something. If I recall right, we are just zeroing the VM address slide, so this might do nothing. Oh wait, no. Wait, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Okay.
Assertion failure. Call populate ranges first.
How funny. Interesting. I guess it wants us to call populate ranges before we resolve addresses. Sure.
So that's gonna be. Is it info? No.
It's O file. You've called it.
All right. Does it have directly that? It
No.
does.
O file info question mark di. Because you want to modify the dwarf in there.
Yeah.
That should work. Well, by work, I mean I'm actually expecting that this hasn't helped hugely, but
So you're not convinced that what we're doing makes sense, though? You were saying because the relocated.
I think what the change I just made is closer to correct. However, wait, what are you looking at now?
Get symbol at address.
What is that? What's this do?
I'm thinking, like in my mind, I would expect something like this to be what we do.
And translate the virtual address into this object. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wait, did we hit
Doesn't
unreachable again?
matter.
Oh, populate ranges. Panic because it asserts that the range's items len is 0.
Oh, so that implies they are already populated.
But wait a second. Oh.
It's because we're iterating multiple times.
Yeah.
So, okay. I guess just check if ranges len is 0.
Yeah.
It's a hack, but it'll work.
Ranges items len. Ranges.items.len.
This is definitely not remotely hacky code. It's okay. Run it. See what happens. Nothing will explode.
Yeah. So what I'm guessing the real version would basically load the file once, know which range it covers, loop over the entire range,
Yeah, that sounds about
and then
right.
try again after it's done. Yeah. Yeah, and we were doing this by how were we doing this? Oh, I think I get it. It's like is ranges something it's like symbol ranges or something. So basically, we were getting the last or null. That makes sense actually. We were getting the last of null to see basically yes, this is like this thing goes from wherever you're at up until that point. So we are basically then in a sense, quote unquote, discarding. Well, not discarding, but like we were accumulating um, a segment of sorted PC addresses that were covered by this file so that we could give all of them correctly to resolve addresses dwarf. I get it. Oh man, now I was like, now I remember. Yo, it's running and it's not crashing.
Well,
Oh,
that's
wait,
kind of,
yeah, let
it
me
didn't crash until we got into the
go
browser
through.
anyway, right?
Oh, right, the port changed.
Port's
Yeah, I don't know
different.
why Andrew loves random ports by default.
Random ports by default are good. I
Yeah,
disagree with you.
I like stable port.
I'm assuming yeah, same thing.
Yep. Well,
Okay.
maybe yes, yes,
I mean,
yes.
yes.
I don't know. Maybe you should try printing so that we can have some insight into what's going
I
on
was
here.
just thinking that. I was wondering if we should print out the results, the like output IDX.
Yeah, I think we should also print this.
I'm pretty sure that that's actually going to be identical to the input address right now because of something else. Like I think the change I made was essentially a no op, but
I have a feeling I wrote this exact printing line when I was doing this stuff the first time. Like I'm having this weird deja vu feeling. Um.
yeah, we'll
Anyway,
see.
I don't know what these things. If these things require like format specifiers of any kind. So this is a U64. This is a U size. This is a source location. Okay, so it's more fancy.
Okay, I think you were right, by the way, that the logic in get symbol to address is probably approximately what we want, but we can look at this debug output
Yeah.
first.
So yeah, number does not change.
Okay, yeah, so
And
you get the
and
file is
yeah,
always
it's always
invalid.
invalid. So we're failing to
Okay.
find that. We're failing to find a symbol at that address. Okay.
I have a theory for
Yeah,
how
go
we
for
do
it.
this. So I think what we do is technically the virtual address thing is correct, I think. Even though we're setting it to 0 at the minute, I think if there was a case where that wasn't 0, that would be the right thing to do. So the code is more correct than it was potentially. I think what we need to do is essentially replicate some of the logic at the start of get symbol at address. So if you take a look at that function get symbol at address in self-info, make sure you're looking at the right one. Yeah, not that.
Yeah.
This one, yes. Okay. So the first, we've done like the top line of that. We've done get O file info. And then I think we need to do the next few lines down to getting relocated address O. Because that's the thing we want, right? We want to translate our address into one that's into the object file.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, let me double check. We take the symbol name from the endfund stub entry. We're going to use it if we fail to find the dwarf infos. So we don't care about these two lines then, because we always have O file info. Oh, but we do use it here. Okay.
Well, we're
Yeah.
using the S-tab symbol below, yeah.
Okay, and so you're saying that this should give us. This is basically the function that does the correct transformation.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's the optimal way to do the translation. I would need to look at how this map is constructed, but I think this is a way to get us the thing we're looking for.
Okay. Now, who owns these strings? Also, it's a symbol strx.
Don't worry about it too much
Asterisk
right
is
now.
a usize result. Okay, so this is actually, so this would be our O file, right? So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is self though?
Self in that case is
module.
Yeah, that's the one.
Then we don't care about this check.
We don't care about that. Translate the address and just do or else panic. Oh yeah,
O
sorry.
file, yes, or else, yeah. I don't know, error. There you go. And you're saying this is what we put here.
Yeah, this is my current theory. I don't trust the theory, but it still needs to be in an
Oh,
array.
you're right. Yeah, one sec.
Okay. Maybe this will be more working. I don't really know.
Well, I think we got something nicer than the freaky WebAssembly crash. We got this print, and so if it stops saying invalid, we know we're on the right track.
My concern is that I'm not sure if the addresses it's giving are symbols, because this will only work if the addresses are symbols, but we'll see.
Oh.
Like, I'm not sure if it's doing addresses offset inside of functions.
What?
Wait, no, stuff. That looks... That's information.
We got stuff. Holy shit, we got stuff.
Let's load it in the browser. Is the port above all of this debug output?
God damn it.
Maybe comment out the debug line.
God damn it. Okay.
This might be good. I'm not sure.
No, this is not good. Look what's happening.
Why not?
Maybe we're not going to get the crash, but we're going to get something wonky because...
I see. I think I see what's happening there. So it is doing what I thought, where it's going to like addresses within a symbol, and we're collapsing them all to like the start address of the symbol. Let's see what it does. I think it may not crash now. We will probably get something really fucked.
That's it. It's working. Kinda.
Yeah, I mean, apparently everything that's happening is incompatible. So it seems like every POI was on round H. How fun.
The fact that the only file that we see here is a random file inside compiler RT. Yeah, this is this,
Something's not quite. You could argue something's not
yeah,
quite
but
working. It's not crashing now, so
yeah,
I would argue that it's
it
progress.
is progress. I agree that it's
if nothing
progress. I
else.
also think that we need to uncomment this and do better. But we're getting there. So yes, the thing is, these addresses are not these addresses are addresses not only to symbols, but they're addresses to let me think. They correspond to source to like instructions to like things and function bodies. Yeah.
So give me a quick second to do a bit more thinking. Very hard with my brain, which is a very big and good brain. Okay, I have a theory. It might be bogus, but I want to try it. So relocated address O is pointing at the symbol, and we might be offset within that symbol. So my theory is, let's figure out that offset, which we can do pretty easily. What we do is we take stab symbol. No, wait, sorry, not that. ofile.symbol.?address, and we. Okay, I'll give you a second. So address is. Oh yeah, address just returns address. That's stupid. So .address, that's fine. And we subtract relocated address from that, and that's going to tell us how offset into this symbol we should be. And then we add that to relocated address O, and that will give us our address offset correctly into the symbol in the O file. I'm aware this code is getting a bit ridiculous, but I just really want something to work.
I'm not convinced that this is. I think there's some assumptions that we need to double check. So, for example, I think that the PC counters array contains addresses. Can we do a manual resolution?
What do you mean?
Okay, so you see how we have this address. Is there a way for us to take this address and see if we can get source location from the O file using CLI tools, using stuff like object dump?
In my opinion, that would be just as hard, if not harder, than just trying to make this work. You're going to need to do a lot of jumping around symbols and stuff, I think.
No, wait. Maybe. Actually, wait. There's others through line. To line, right?
As what?
Other to line.
I am not familiar with that, but sure.
This guy literally takes in an address and
Mhm.
and
Yeah. Okay.
gives you the line. So you do address to line. Uh, so you do this address, and then wait. Let me see. Let me see usages of this in the past. Okay, so first you give it a file, and then you give it the address, but it wants it base um, in hexadecimal, or maybe it supports
It
multiple
probably
things. I
doesn't
don't
care
know.
about the format.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do um, propose link. So our goal is to see where the test executable is,
Hmm.
and then we try to run this command on its corresponding object file,
Sure.
and we want to see if any of those numbers like makes any sense. And maybe this goes nowhere. Sure.
I am like 90% confident on the path forward here for what it's worth.
Okay.
Because I know for a fact that the symbol we're getting is one that the address we're giving lies within that symbol. Um, and that the relocated one we're getting is the start of that symbol. Um, and I know how to figure out our offset from the start of the symbol.
Okay. God damn it, we have way too many source locations. I need to comment this stuff out.
What are you trying to find?
I
Oh,
want.
right. You need to see the verbose link output, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and I want to try some of these numbers, and
Mhm.
hopefully I'm gonna get ones that make sense. And I don't know. We'll see what happens when we call address to line. So this is the object file that also contains the bug info.
Is that the correct one? Is that the fuzz one?
No, that is a good point. This one is the first one.
I was going to say, you need to make sure it's the fuzz one.
Copy. How do we test if the LVM object dump?
Wait, why are we doing an object dump? What?
I want to double check that it has the bug info first. Okay, so this is the one that has the bug info. Perfect. Then we do LVM uh, other two line. What was it? Dash E. Yeah. Dash E. This file, and then we need to pass in also.
Well, you don't want the one on the left because the point is that that's going to be the address in the linked binary, not in the object.
Come again. You said you don't want the one on the left. I mean, what?
The address that you just gave it. I'm pretty sure if you run that command, it will tell you. Oh yeah, right. It's telling you $:0.
Yes.
Um.
Both on test.o and also on test.
Okay. That's interesting. Is that definitely the? Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna try. I'm suspecting that it needs us to give it hex numbers, honestly. But you know what? Maybe we can see. We can find LVM NM this path here, and then we search for grep main, and here we have the main symbol, and we can do address to line of this guy, and it knows where it is. So these are good addresses.
Okay, so it does want hex addresses. Okay.
Yeah, it seems so.
Okay. That's fine. Then we can convert our addresses to hex quickly.
Python, I don't know. Python
I always
3,
use Python 3, yeah. Just
uh,
do hex,
hex
parenthesis, the
this guy.
thing, yeah.
Okay, copy.
So I think you should be able to do that on test the binary, but it won't work on test.o. So on test.o doesn't work. Okay, it also doesn't work on test the binary. Well, was worth a try. Oh, hi, Jacob. Adds two-line
Hey,
text,
Jacob.
even if... Okay, yeah.
So...
But here's the question, is
Yes.
this actually traversing the object file stuff?
That is a good question.
Because it may well not be.
Yeah.
I mean, we can check that, right? Just do the NM thing, but on the test binary rather than the object.
Wait, okay.
And then we'll get an address there. Oh, what do you... Yeah, take that address, convert to hex.
It's different.
Yeah, it's different. And also, I mean, more to the point, there's a 1 a few digits to the left, so it's very different, which you expect.
Yeah. You were saying,
If we
sorry?
take that address, throw it into addr to line on the binary, and see what it does. Because my suspicion is that it will be unhappy because it's probably not doing the translation. Yeah. So addr to line just isn't doing the jumping through object files. I know there's a way to pass it a dsym bundle, so it's probably hoping that you give it that in this case.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that you are confident in your solution?
Not entirely confident, but I have a good idea.
Okay.
So I think what you want to do is okay if I just tell you things to write.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. Give me a second. Sorry. Okay. Could you scroll up a couple lines just so I can see something? Remind myself where we are with stuff. Okay. And that's relocated address. So you get... Sorry. Okay. What you want to do is scroll down a couple lines. Yes. ofile.symbol.?.adra. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like somewhere else. Just write this. Minus resolved address. Or it's like ofile.resolved address or something, isn't it? What was... sorry, ofile.relocated address. That was what I meant, sorry. So this is going to be the offset into the symbol. So you can call it like const symbol offset or something. And then you want to add that into relocated address O. And I guess do it in your print as well. This, again, is, I think, if nothing else, closer to correct.
Okay, let's see what we
very much now. Not how we'll want to write this in the end, but again, I just want something to... I really want something to give us points of interest that look vaguely right. I will be so happy if we get that. What I'm hoping to see is we get different source locations. I.e. not all just file 0, line 81, column 0.
Okay, so let me test one other thing in the meantime. So this one is the address that we couldn't find in the test. But when we find it in test.o?
You definitely won't. No. Because that's an address in the binary. Everything's been relocated. Completely different address.
Wait, no, wait. But I was doing address to line on the object file using the object file offset from NM.
No, that's not the object file offset. That's the offset.
Oh, right.
That's
this
the
is
address
test.
in the test binary.
Right. Yeah, I meant to do this. Sorry.
Oh, this is what we did earlier. We know this works.
Oh, and it was working. Okay. So... Well, let's see what happened here. Integer overflow.
Integer overflow. Interesting. How has that happened? Relocated address is... Have I written this backwards? I've written this backwards. That subtraction should be the other way around. My bad.
So the reason why I'm no, I think that's fine. Okay, let's see. Let's get some good prints.
Yeah. I just want something other than 0810.
Back to invalid.
Okay, well, that seems probably not very good. Okay. You know what I'm wondering? What is the symbol that it's finding? Because I'm starting to get suspicious that we're finding the wrong symbol. Because before it seemed like it was something in compiler RT, which doesn't really make much sense, right? Guys, I think I broke Loris.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about this stuff. So our assumption is that we have a program counter in the final executable.
Program counter in the final executable. Sure, yeah.
That's correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that is correct, then I should be able to take this number and do address to line, and it should work. But
yes, if address to line was parsing all the debug info, but it's not.
You're saying it's not. Why are you saying it's not?
Because we can show that by the fact that it also doesn't work for an address that we know is correct because we got it from NM.
You mean an address of a symbol in the object file, but that...
No, the address of a symbol in the binary. It came from the object file, but the address and the symbol are in the binary because they've been linked in.
Wait, let's try again because I'm not sure I follow your reasoning. Okay, so tell me what the test should be.
So do NM, but not on the object, just on test.
Yes.
So now there is a symbol called _main in the binary at that address within the binary.
Yes.
Because it's been relocated to that address in the binary. Now, if you do addr to line on that, you'll get nothing. This tells us that it's not following the debug info links. Yeah, Jacob saying addr to line does not inspect any symbols. That makes sense. We know that you have to inspect the symbols in Muxo in order to find the debug info from the object files, assuming there's not a DSIM bundle.
But if instead we give it a address from the object file, that works?
If you're going into the object file, yes. Your addr to line before was actually on the .o.
Yeah,
that was my bad. That should have
checked.
been on test. But it'll still do that.
Still does not work.
Because addr to line is not consulting the symbols and jumping through to the object file as is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So addr to line is reading dwarf directly from the file you provide it.
Yes.
I have something I'd like to try, actually. Take one of the addresses which were being... I think I have figured out a way to do what you were saying earlier. And kind of figure this out. Do one of these manually.
Yes, one second. First, I would like him to spend a moment to think about what the program counters are produced by Sankov. So, are those addresses? Do we know for sure if those addresses are addresses in the compile executable, or
They 100% have to be from the compiled executable, because otherwise you'd have conflicts between like every object file linked into something. Because that's the whole point of these relocations, is the object files are going to create
yes,
conflicting addresses because they're
right.
not aware of each other.
Yes, so they're all going to be placed in different places,
Mm.
and then we want to say, and then how do we know a given address in the final executable to which object file it maps to? That's the bug info.
Yeah. So, well, we know which object file it maps to. I think we're figuring that out correctly, but I think we're getting the symbol wrong or something along those lines. Which is
Why
why
do
I
you
want to
say,
do one of
okay,
these
why do you
binaries.
say the symbol wrong? Which symbol are we talking about?
So the way we're figuring out what get O file info for address is doing is it's taking the address that we give it, it's finding which symbol that's in, and each symbol has a corresponding O file, and that's the object file which we're going to load.
Each symbol has a corresponding O file.
Hmm.
Okay, some of it makes sense, some of it I'm a bit lost. Tell me what you want to try.
What I want to do is take one of the addresses that we got in the output, like one of the input addresses that we saw. So yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
one, for instance. Convert it to hex quickly.
Well, we already
Okay.
have one.
Oh, there you go. And now I want to look at a NM of the binary.
Yeah. Also, you see, this guy has a one there, right? Which I believe it was the case also for this guy. Oh, wait, is it
Yep.
comparable? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I
But
would like to look through
yes.
the whole NM and find like the closest address to this. I'm assuming they're ordered sequentially.
Uh, the closest thing should be a function symbol, right?
Yeah, yeah. We expect it to be a function, and we expect it to be the function that we're kind of looking for here.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what I want to do is nm on test and throw that into like less.
Well, I mean,
And
you don't even need less. This is it. Oh no, I was grabbing. Never
no,
mind.
no, you're grabbing there.
Yeah.
There are definitely more than what's that eight
Test.
symbols
Well,
in this binary.
yeah. Okay. Pipe
I just go into
less.
less and
Um,
page down a bunch. So you want to
26.
get like 102 something, so it's going to be a while.
Yeah.
I guess you could search for like 1026 probably. That might. Yeah, not those because
No.
you did colon 1026 there, didn't
Oh,
you? You want slash, yeah. Oh, weird. Okay. Something is amiss. What's going on?
okay.
Okay. This is
That's where
interesting.
it ends.
Yeah. So it almost seems like something. I don't entirely know what to make of that.
Hmm.
Could I just see that hex address again quickly? Maybe just search for the 26C part, just like 26C in the whole thing. You need to go back up to the top in less, press G, yeah. Because otherwise it won't.
You said
Like, otherwise,
26C.
yeah. Okay, and okay. Jacob is giving us some magic. Could I take a look at the address we were at in the Python, like the hex address? Sorry, 26C75CO. Okay, I've got that in my brain. Tab back here.
Yeah, but here we're.
So it's not these.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
it's
these
definitely not
guys.
this.
Oh shit. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, it's not here. You're at the wrong hex digit place. Yeah.
Yeah, we know, we know,
I
we know.
realized that, Jacob.
How can it go to end? Uppercase
Capital
G.
G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we 100% end
Yeah,
way
it's
sooner.
this is interesting. I don't know what to do. Where are we getting these addresses from?
Well, you saw when we were looking at the 26C stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This thing,
Yeah.
Sankov, Gen. These actually, I don't know if it's actually exactly those ones, but basically there's a section. Actually, I can show you better with object dump. So
Mm-hmm.
it's this guy.
Yeah. Okay.
This guy contains program counters.
Okay. Sure. So my assumption is these are relocations. Let me take a look at how we generate this, which I'm assuming is in CodeGen LLVM.
So in theory, those addresses should be addresses inside of text, right?
Should be addresses. Yes, I'd agree with that.
So we know that text is smaller than that even. So I don't know. Something is sus.
F.PCs. Yeah, so it seems like, are we able to have a look somehow inside of the, like, are we able to dump the contents of that section to see what those counters are?
You mean of this guy of PCS1?
Yeah.
Yeah, LVM object dump. Man, I forgot how to use this fucking tool. I think it's like disasm, disassemble all sections found in input file. No, disassemble
We don't want,
symbols. Use of symbols to disassemble.
well, we don't want disassembly, right? Because it's not code we're expecting to see. I just want to know what the addresses are.
You want the addresses?
Yeah, I just want to know the data in Sankov PCs.
You want the values? Yeah, the disassembly
Yeah.
shows you that. No,
Well, no, because that's disassembly. That's for like machine code.
yeah, you're right. I mean, it should still show
And
maybe. Yeah, I guess the question is what we would want is read the contents of a section and interpret as U64s, I guess.
LVM object dump read section data. Let me see if I can figure this out.
I'm gonna run disassemble on it in any case. In the meantime,
you can use obj copy to find the data. Yeah, okay. I have a way of getting the data out if you want,
SJ.
but I'll let you do stuff first.
Jacob is saying SJ in the section
Oh,
name.
okay.
I forgot.
__ Sankov _ PCS1, I believe. Oh yeah, binary name.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, there you go. We don't want it in. I don't want it in the object because those addresses have not been relocated yet. I'm interested in it in
okay.
the binary. Yeah. Okay.
So what are we looking at?
That's a good question. I only half know. I'm playing this by ear very much.
So I think the first column is the address, right? That we're looking at, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
these are
that's the
values,
current address, and then that's the data.
right? And each one of these guys is a
Their hex.
it's a 64
No, they're 32-bit.
32-bit. Are they?
Each of those blocks is 32 bits. Yeah. You can see it's
You're
4
right.
bytes
Yeah, it's
because
4
it's
bytes.
8
Yeah, it's 4
hexadigits.
bytes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was
Um,
counting the digits. Okay, so I guess the address, so every line is 2 addresses. I'm guessing this is the most significant bits, right? So the bytes, this should go up front basically, right? It's
yeah. So
01000 and then EC blah blah blah.
yes. Wait a second. Why is so one example is 001. Oh god, it's printing these weirdly. Okay, yeah. So we essentially need to read the whole thing backwards. I thought it was
Yeah, like
yeah,
copy
yeah.
and
Read each
then
pair backwards.
wait,
No, Loris, it's
oh
not that.
shit, each pair
You
backwards.
have to
No,
each
dude. Yeah,
pair of
yeah,
digits.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's printing these in a really strange way.
Fuck.
I,
uh so
because I expect to see spacing between if it's like ignoring, if it's not trying to
okay.
interpret them as ND and integers, I
Okay, I'm
expect
gonna try
spacing between
to
every byte.
I'm gonna try to write this one down. So it's gonna be 10.
No, where are you getting 1-0? Oh, right. You're just skipping the
This
leading
guy,
zeros. Okay.
yeah, 100011 34
Yep. E0.
E0. Blah. But
Well,
it
you're looking in the object. No, this is not what we want in the slightest. We want to use NM on the binary to see what symbol this is. We
that
know
is not a
address.
symbol. The thing is not a symbol. This
No,
address
it's
is not
not.
a symbol.
No,
Yeah.
it's not a symbol. We want to know what symbol it's within.
Okay, so we want a like a okay.
We want like the
The
closest
closest value.
preceding address, kind of. We know address to line isn't going to work because this is a relocated address into the actual binary, and we know that address to line on the binary doesn't work because it doesn't do the weird jumping through things. We're expecting to see what 1001 something. What was our actual address that we wrote down? Oh, 100. Maybe paste that into like a separate tab.
I think
needs DSIM hint to read. But the point is we don't have a DSIM, Jacobly. DSIMs are one way of a way of collating dwarf info on macOS, but they are not generated by default. Like LLVM does not generate DSIM bundles.
I think we are finally good.
Okay.
So that thing is an address inside of
No, you're a digit off, aren't you?
Am I?
Yeah. 11 BCC, whereas on the other tab, it's 1134E0.
Oh fuck. Also, wait a second. These are not sorted.
Yes, it's true. They seem
What?
to. Well, they're clearly sorted by name if you look at the on the
Oh
right.
shit! Can we sort them by address?
I'm not sure if there's a way to do that.
Please, dude. No sort.
No sort might help.
Yeah.
Yeah, weirdly, that seems more helpful.
Oof. Okay, finally. Man. So that's where we're at? Some equal.
So we want 1134. But again, it's off by a digit. This is what's throwing me.
Oh. Then did I fuck up something when reversing the bytes?
I don't think you did, but I mean, we can double check, go back and look at it, I suppose. But the thing is, this aligns with what we were seeing before, right? Where it was off by a digit. It's still not sorted. Yeah, there's 100% 4 hex digits after the 1 1. There's only 2 0 between. Wait, did we typo something? Yes, we did typo. Yes,
fuck. Yeah, because this becomes
yeah,
1
it's
0.
01.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. God damn it.
I mean, I think now we're going to have a different problem, which is that I don't think this address is going to be there, but we'll see. Oh, wait, it is. I will eat my words, perhaps.
We're good.
113. So wait, what address are we expecting to see?
34E0.
113-4E0. So that looks like it's in POSIX-M on map or something. Oh wait, was it 4E0? As we said. If so, read a couple lines down. That's mem.align pointer offset.
Yep.
Okay, so the section is correct. I'm wondering if we're somehow getting the wrong address, like passing the wrong addresses into this lookup thing then. Because the address we were seeing before, if you remember, didn't seem to line up with really anything.
I think we should start by printing them in hex at this point.
Yep, I agree. That makes sense. But okay, we have now at least reached a point where we know for sure that those addresses in the binary are correct and kind of what we expected would be there. So if nothing else, that's progress.
Okay, these addresses look good.
Okay.
I think we can maybe even test
Yeah,
them
take a little
quickly,
look.
right?
And it's probably not going to be a symbol directly, but
yeah. 104 22 38. Well, okay.
Yeah, this is what's throwing me, is these seem very wrong.
They're where the heck?
Yeah. Maybe coverage resolve address is doing something I don't realize. One sec.
That doesn't matter because the program counters are not modified by this. The program counter, the PC numbers are loaded verbatim.
Well, no. The thing I'm wondering is whether these are actually the addresses of the addresses or something like that. I don't think it'll be that, but I'm having trouble thinking of anything else at this point.
Oh.
No, it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like these being treated as honest to God program counters. No, yeah, okay, it's not that, so we can ignore that. I really don't get this.
They all end in C480.
Sigmaster lib standard build fuzz web server.
No, I think you might be right. These addresses are like they're all 4 bytes apart.
Huh, interesting.
So are Arch64 instructions. But are we really getting a freaking coverage
No,
thing
I
for
don't.
every instruction?
Oh, so those aren't 4 bytes apart. What?
No, you're right. These are 8. No,
Um,
okay, you're right. You're right. Maybe it's fine. These are more than 8 actually. Okay, never mind. So yeah, no, never mind. That makes sense. Okay, so okay.
where are we getting PCs?
But these are not. These do not look like.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we are reading these incorrectly from the binary somehow.
Yeah, because I should be able to call. We should be able to call other to line on those, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be able to call.
Yeah, because we're assuming that those are addresses in the.
No, you should not be able to call address to line on these because again, you're
Oh, because
looking
you
in the
think they're
binary
relative
and
to
it's yeah,
something.
like it's not doing the jumping through things. I think there's something going wrong in the actual fuzz code in where we're figuring out these addresses. So
Oh god! So
give
if you
me
look at my first diff, that's where I was touching code related to this, and I don't know, maybe the bug is there.
what's the bug coverage doing? So it's doing standard debug info load. It's getting coverage file. Wait, what on earth is this coverage file thing? Seems like we emit something to the cache directory.
You might be looking at the file where, like, where the fuzzer writes down its progress, like cases that it found that cause a crash.
No, because this one is something it's expecting to see, and it errors if it's not there. Sorry, not my command.
You know what? I'm starting to remember this stuff. Yeah.
Are we like emitting this section into a separate file or something?
No.
Well, it sure looked like it from what I'm seeing here.
Uh.
Because it's trying to read all of these. Unless I'm getting something horribly wrong, it's trying to read all of these addresses from a mmapped file in cache directory /v/something.
Huh. Okay, that part I'm not aware of. If that was the case, then it's something that I never saw. So maybe this was the problem all along?
Possibly at least related. Source looking for v.
Yeah, these videos are all garbled.
What are all garbled, sorry? Oh, right, all of those. Okay.
Like, I'm trying to find 34E0 and it's not present anywhere.
Aha. Okay. I see. So that V file is being written by the spawned child. I see. Okay. So what's happening here is this is how the child process, which is the test binary, is communicating the contents of its PC section up to the fuzzer, like standard.build.fuzz.web server.
Okay.
It needs to communicate it because they might have been relocated at runtime if this is a position independent executable. But wait, surely you don't want those addresses. That might be the bug in the other direction. You don't want the reload. One sec. Let me read a bit more what this is doing. But yeah, what's happening is the child is writing these addresses from the PC section out into a file in the cache, which is then being read by the like build system code.
Okay, so this is not like this is not part of linking. This is the fuzzer runtime.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
So layout of this file, header, list of PC addresses, list of yeah, sure. PCs.
Give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. End symbol prefix. Section $start $data underscore section end. Okay, yeah. Sure. Okay. Chat, I understand what's happening. We are hitting problems because of pi. The coverage file only contains 1 bit per PC in the section, not actual PCs. No, the coverage file contains the actual PCs, Jacob. Hi, Loris, I figured out what's going on.
What's happening?
Okay, what's happening is that it's kind of what I was saying a second ago, to do with Pi, position-independent executables. Because if you have a position-independent executable, then the addresses in the PC section are going to be relocated at runtime to the actual addresses after the whole binary's address is kind of randomized by the kernel.
I see.
And Darwin requires executables to be Pi, whereas targets like Linux do not. Which
we need
means
to
that by default,
sorry,
on.
No.
By default, the test binary is being built with Pi on macOS, but without Pi on Linux. So on Linux, this relocation at runtime doesn't matter, whereas on macOS, it's a problem because it means that we communicate the wrong addresses up to the parent.
Okay.
So I think the answer is that the parent needs to know the non-relocated addresses, as in the ones that haven't been runtime relocated. So it needs to read them straight from the file, rather than relying on the child, that is the test binary, to communicate them to it.
Okay, so you're saying that then we need to open the child executable and read the PC counter section for me.
Yes.
Okay. So where is this delicious stuff happening?
So do you want a tour of the current code?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if you look in lib/fuzzer.zig first.
Yeah.
And if you look in fun fuzzer init, fuzzer _init. Yep.
Oh yeah.
So
I
a little bit down
that.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a little. I mean, you'll see here a little further down.
Yeah. So here
actually,
we
yeah.
are.
So yeah,
here we're grabbing information from ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
so
grabbing
we're
the
grabbing
values from ourselves.
Yep, exactly.
But you're saying that these values get relocated. So we're reading relocated values.
Yeah, which is completely correct within the binary. But the problem is, a little bit down, you have PCS _start, PCS end, making PCS. So this is the slice of program counters.
Yeah.
And we pass PCS into fuzzer.init at the bottom here. So if you go to definition on that, then those PCs are ultimately sent at the very bottom of this function. In f.scene PCs stuff there, we have like append slice things. The point is, this is writing into a file in the cache the contents of that PCS section. If that section hasn't been relocated at runtime, that's going to be exactly equal to what's in the file. However, because we're in a position-independent executable, these addresses have been relocated at runtime. So the bytes we're writing in that final append slice call are different.
Okay, is there just no way of saying, look, the data inside PC Sankov PC1 is not addresses as where it's just numbers. Don't relocate them.
What are you trying to say? No, because there is no such thing as don't relocate them. They have been relocated. That's how the binary is loaded by the system.
Yeah, but the binary is loaded by, well, for the binary to do the relocation, it means that in the binary, that section is marked as containing addresses.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that section should be generated in a way that doesn't say that it's containing addresses.
No, you need it to be marked so that it gets relocated by linking. And I'm guessing these are like the same flag or whatever. because you need the linker to relocate them when it's
Yes.
assembling the binary. But you
Correct.
don't want the runtime relocations. And the reason for this is because you're trying to, like, the reason this is a problem is because we're trying to take these addresses in one process and then read the debug info in another, right?
Yeah.
Like, if we were trying to read the debug info in the trial process, then this relocation would be correct. But the problem is we're not. We're trying to read the debug info in the parent process, which is the build runner.
Okay, as an alternative strategy, and I'm saying not necessarily as the final solution, just to make this work. Couldn't we find out what our base address is and just subtract that from as we write stuff?
Probably yes. If we can figure out a way to do that, then yeah,
Because I
that
think
probably works.
that with self-info we can do that, and it shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, if there's a way we can do that, then that can work. Like, yeah, I agree, not as the final thing, but definitely would work for now.
So it would be sliced bytes PCS. We wouldn't want to do this. We would want to kind of make another one, or apply a side effect to PCS, basically.
Yeah, like iterate PCS and write them one by one. Like, yeah, very much kind of.
Oh
a
yeah,
hack
also
to
that.
see if it works, but yeah.
Yeah.
I may have figured out what we need actually. What's okay? I'm pretty sure I know what we want. The offset that we want.
Okay.
Maybe no, maybe not. I'm close to figuring it out. Okay, this is going to be the hack to beat all hacks.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is do. Oh, actually, wait. VM address slide. Set in. Oh, okay. Yeah, hack time. We're going to do a loop from 0 up to standard.c._dild_image_count.
Okay. STD.
C _dild_image_count. No arguments. And call the capture I. So what we're iterating here is loaded images, which is basically like binaries or shared objects.
Okay.
And we're going to do const header equals standard.c.dild_get_image_header. With I, we might need to incast I there, but that's fine. Or else continue, I believe. We are then going to do const bait. But this is kind of gross. Okay, I have an alternative strategy, which is even hackier and definitely shouldn't be committed, but will work easily and not require me to think. Instead of the loop, let's just do standard. I'll let you delete the loop quickly. You basically want the get image header cool, so may as well leave that there, but just hard code the argument as 0. Do dot question mark. No, actually, we don't even want the header. So instead of get image header, just change the function called, replace header with vmadra_slide. this number, and I don't think you need the question mark actually. I'm pretty sure that value is the offset we need.
Let's go.
Assuming that index 0 is the executable image, which it actually probably is because we shouldn't be linking any shared libraries here. So probably this works, maybe.
Okay.
So then value is just PC minus offset.
How do you recommend we turn that into bytes? Can I do it just as for U8? Does that work?
As for U8 pointer cut. Oh wait, what do you? Oh, just standard.mem.as bytes. That's all you need. Ampersand value.
Okay.
I think that's right. Which is essentially just a pointer cast nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo.
They look like better addresses,
These
don't
numbers look delicious. These
and
values.
Look.
I'm
Yeah,
not
look.
sure.
We've got lines. We've got files. I think we need to open the web thing.
We don't have
which
columns,
I think you might
but
need to. Columns are overrated.
You know, it might be
Some of them
zero.
have columns,
If there's
yeah.
like if there are functions, then they might be zero. This looks delicious. Holy shit. That was in info, right? Yeah.
Okay.
But I should have just at some point hard coded up a port. Anyway.
Oh, I'm really hopeful about this. I think we might finally be there.
By the way, if one day we do control this fucking linker, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
So we could tell the linker, dude, yes, do the linking, but then you know what? You don't mark this thing as runtime relocatable. God damn it.
Next, we want it to work if you use an external linker on the object. It's fine because like the way this works is a bit silly anyway because
what?
It's fine. That hash map is all we need.
Well,
wait.
Yeah, I mean, maybe actually, no, I'm not sure, but
less broken than it was.
Yeah, some of these things do make sense.
Not working, but less broken.
Also, why is this the entry point? This is definitely not the entry point. That's what I'm wondering.
I think something's a little bit wrong.
Well, we did make some progress though. That is pretty nice.
Yeah. We're getting POIs showing up in more than one place.
Yeah.
What are we actually fuzzing, by the way? What are we expecting to see?
This is the Hello World, like the Ziggy init
okay.
thing. So like I'm fuzzing this test.
We're trying to find the string ironcast pan banana pear apple pizza.
Yes.
Of course. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's so interested in standard.hashmap.
I have no idea either. Well, because we fucked up.
Yeah.
the answer is that we fucked up something.
That's true. But it's closer to correct, I think.
Yeah. Wait, where's the... Oh, I killed it here. Okay. So, yeah. Do these addresses mean anything at all? Let's see. Copy.
This is a good question. Yeah, we can try manually correlating.
It's now time to adder to line, right?
No. We can adder to line on the binary. This is...
Fuck. Right, because these numbers are always fucked.
No. The numbers aren't fucked, but addr to line on the binary does not work.
Oh.
So we need to do nm and find the address.
And then search the stuff that is close by. Oh god. Okay.
It's fine. I think Jacob earlier told us an option that would sort them the way we wanted.
10.113.870 hash map unmanaged. Hash map unmanaged.
Okay, yeah. So
it's there.
That is indeed hash map unmanaged. I can't argue with that.
So I don't know. Jacob Lee says, I still don't understand what PIE has to do with this. Non-PIE Linux executables have the same exact runtime relocations.
Could you elaborate, Jacob? Because my understanding is that a non-PI executable won't do runtime relocations because it's not position independent, so it's fixed at its memory address. I'm misunderstanding something. But
will there not be? No, never mind. Okay.
By the way, Loris, take a look at like the address just below that one out of interest. So that's like 38A0.
Yeah.
I just want to, or was that A4? I can't quite see.
So
that's in multi-array list. Okay, that's interesting because that's kind of what I expected, which is that the next address is in a different file. So this.
Wait a second. 8.0 is that in multi-array list? Because this starts at 8.4.
I meant 4. I just misread the one.
Oh yeah,
the one
A4,
there.
A4. Yeah. Oh, you're saying it's a different file? Yes.
It's a different file, which is what I expect because the file index that we're getting in source location there is different, right?
And then we have 38DC, which is still multi-array list.
Okay. So it feels to me like we are actually resolving these correctly now.
Yeah, we're doing a good job now.
So then the question is why it's so confused about like the entry point.
Yes. I don't know. What I can tell you though is that we made good progress, but I think that in about 5 minutes, it's going to be time for me to go. But yeah, we definitely did something. That's for sure. Yeah, it really loves hash map.
I think we're actually just hitting like the exact same relocation issue, just with something else probably. Because entry underscore point, where do these messages come from? Because we're going to be told about entry points by the child, so the child's probably again giving us relocated addresses for that.
Oh, because you're saying auto communication of that kind happens.
Or maybe not actually. Wait, I can't bloody tell. How is message queue populated? Aha, it's by standard build step run, which has okay, yeah. So we have fuzz start adra. Wait, we might be able to make this work yet. Which is in compiler test runner. Okay, Loris, I might have an idea how to make this work. Do you want to try something?
Oh yeah.
Open the test runner file. Yep. Line 155, I believe. So see how we're sending entry address here? I think we need to subtract that same offset. So you can just paste the line that we took before of how to figure out that of how to find that offset.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the point is this is an address in the binary, and we're communicating it up, so we need to undo the relocations.
Like this?
Okay. Yeah, exactly like that. Let's see what happens. I want this to work so bad.
Oh shit!
Holy shit!
Holy shit! Yes,
It's working.
it is working indeed. But will it find the password?
That might be a bit too much to demand of it. But...
no, okay. So if I remember correctly, there's some UB in the fuzzer that my patch fixed that it's probably not back into main branch. Whoops.
Let's have a little
Into
look at your
branch.
patch.
Look at all the guards that I put around in it.
I'm assuming it's in the parent of the one you originally. Yeah,
correct.
There's nothing
Yes.
interesting there. All the guards you put around. Oh, you're doing weird stuff with log file.
Runs per second 177. That's not a lot.
What? Sorry.
I was saying that this is running at 177 iterations per second, which is, well, not a lot.
Yes, that is not much, is it? It may be to do with the fact that you have a debug fuzzer.
No, now I'm running it without debug.
Oh, you are. So you are. Oh, but do you know? No, wait, that shouldn't matter.
Maybe I should do a release pass to the test.
Possibly.
Executable. I don't know. Does the release flag get? Will the test inherit this? Actually, I guess I can answer my own question by looking at my own build file. Optimize. We have optimize. Do we respect that for the test executable?
No, you just have a add test. Oh wait, it depends on libmod, or rather on xemod. No, it doesn't depend on. Depends on the module there. Yeah. So you pass the optimize, so it was respected. Also, Jacob, if you answered your question, could you let me know if I had any misconception? Because I thought this was just sort of the definition of pi, but it seems like I may have misunderstood something. What are you getting? Your runs per second has gone down.
Yeah, it's what? This is not great.
No. Okay, that's a separate problem.
So, do you want me to explain?
Yeah, because I'm a little confused.
So, what happens is that instrumentation means that every time that you hit an instrumented code path, you invoke a callback in the fuzzer. Does that sound right?
Is that how it works? I didn't think that was how it works. I thought you just incremented a number or something.
Let me see. Now, you see all the sanitizer cov trays
Oh yes, okay, I see.
external functions.
Yeah.
These get called, and these are the ones that actually do some tracing.
I see.
So the problem is that these bad boys, if any startup code is instrumented, and the startup code is instrumented, you basically end up calling these things with a fuzzer that is not yet initialized.
Okay. That okay. Do you think it's worth quickly throwing that fix in and seeing if it helps anything?
Good question. I don't know. I would hit crashes before, so I would say we should check that out if we do hit a crash. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do debug everything at this point, since going fast doesn't seem to change much.
Yeah, it seems like trying to go fast makes you go slow instead, so.
Okay, let's do one try. By the way, awesome work. We we totally solved that problem.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we've not got
uncovering
the best solution yet, but we know what the problem is now, and we've got a hacky solution.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, clearly, because you built everything in debug, it's going to be faster. What the fuck?
Which, by the way, this is a more realistic number. That's how
Yeah, that
fast
seems
this thing
fairly
should be. Like,
reasonable.
what the fuck is going on?
I'm assuming that if you click the entry point, we're still not really discovering much. I mean, our coverage number's low. Oh, right. I guess you wouldn't see that anyway
in
until it found the
theory,
whole
we should have
string.
already crashed.
Yeah.
We did. Okay.
Oh, wait, what happened? Did it find it?
Yeah, yes. When it finds
nice.
a case, it crashes.
Amazing.
Let's see. We crashed. And now it's on us to find out what the crash was.
Yeah, I think this is a thing which is apparently not very good.
It's in Zcash somewhere. F0.
Ah.
Yep, it did.
There you go.
It found the password. Oh god, I don't know what I did. But yeah, that's it. It found the password.
Now it is interesting that building it in debug mode makes it run at like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude faster. I'm wondering if this is somehow the UB, if it's happening in such a way that in debug it happens to not be crashing, but in release modes it's doing something bad.
Good question. I don't know.
I have no idea. I'm grasping at straws.
Yeah, I have no idea either. Yeah, no
what
idea
I would
either.
say is take what we've done and push it somewhere, because it's, while not good as an ultimate solution, it is.
Do you want me to put it as another commit on the same branch, or do you want a different branch?
Yeah, feel free to do it on the same branch, because the first commit needs some work anyway, so I can push that onto a different branch when I fix that up.
What do I do? So we have the offset stuff. Let me enlarge this bad boy.
Grey Hatter, I think we have a specific case for that. Do you have any no? Oh wait, is processing release debug info slower?
Oh,
I don't think so. Why would it be?
We do have some very silly debug info parsing stuff going on. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why this would make processing that debug info slower. And also, processing that debug info should only happen once.
Well, whatever it is.
What was I about to check? I was checking something.
I'm gonna make a work in progress commit. Sounds good?
Yep, works good. Sounds good.
Okay, so that was a nice thing.
Okay,
we cracked this nut.
We did. I am pretty pleased.
Honestly, I'm really excited as once all the basics are gonna be in place, and then we can start having the fuzzer be reliable. Like I want to use it.
Oh yeah.
Right now we don't have it. Right now, fuzzing is broken like worldwide because LVM is has bugged out the way the instrument, like the legacy instrumentation system that what's his name that
AFL.
yeah that AFL uses. So now AFL is broken, and the only fuzzer that works is libfuzzer.
Hmm.
I guess I haven't used it, but in any case, so yeah, we should make our own libfuzzer and make it better.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we call it a day then?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your help. This was a lot of work that I would have definitely not have been able to do on my own, guaranteed. I would have, like, I made some progress the last time, but then that was kind of like I started hitting like when do you expect it to happen approximately? You mean having fuzzing be usable on our end? It's entirely dependent on somebody doing the work. Like, I can tell you that if Matt here decides to take that branch and bring it up to a usable state and like mergeable into main branch, that will unlock baseline fuzzing on macOS. Then after that, I guess we need all the, Android has a tracking issue, right? For all the things that are missing, like for example, having some kind of UI that tells you what is the input that caused the crash instead of you having to do spelunking to figure it out. And yeah, and then you take it from there. I do think there's also another very important aspect that Andrew wanted to surface into the fuzzing framework, the Zig fuzzing framework, where you are able to inspect how much you were able to fuzz certain parts of your program, because that's another important thing. Like fuzzing is kind of you know, well, non-deterministic might be the wrong word, but it's a fuzzy process, and you do want to have visibility into what's going on. So looking at whether you're stressing your things well or not, I think it's kind of important. There's also, like, recently there was this blog post from I think his name is Martin. Uh, it was on lobsters, which I think is kind of interesting. Elm. Next page. Yeah, Elm test distributions. Yeah, Martin. So, oh my God, light mode. Well, so this is interesting. By the way, I met Martin in at NDC Oslo a few years ago. In any case, sorry, setting that aside. So he was looking at a Tiger Beetle article on related testing techniques, and he was saying that for Elm, he wanted to basically implement a thing where you in a sense, let's say that you instrument the fuzzer so that the fuzzer can give you a report of how the testing was distributed, not in terms of line coverage, but in more semantic terms. So, for example, here the example that you're pointing out is if you're testing a linked list implementation, you want to test your thing, like you want to fuzz your algorithm not only for short lists or arrays, but you also want to test long arrays. And if all you do is basically have fuzz around operations that do add an item, remove an item, and you use a mostly, let's say, uniform distribution, then what you end up is gonna be with most of the testing happening around short slices, because the add operations and the remove operations are going to be balanced. And so, long story short, what he was saying is you want to add some other like visibility if you're stressing your algorithms in the types of data that you care about or not, and or if so, how much. So these are all, I think, interesting topics to look into in order to make the fuzzing framework useful. Yeah. This is in a sense a reply to that article. Like, this is literally a reply to the Tiger Beetle article. and it's talking about this same thing. It's just that in that case, Martin was presenting a piece of tooling that he wrote for Elm. In any case, yeah, can you link it? Sure. Enjoy. So let's call it a day. Matt, I'll leave it to you to say some final words.
I wasn't prepared for this. I don't have any words, Loris. You need to say the words.
Okay, I'll say the words. Well, thank you for hanging out and helping out. Thank you very much. And I don't know. Well, looking forward to more Zig the next few days. See you all.